Alright, guys, sorry if that hurt your ears. We are bringing in these live images from Florida. A small plane has crashed. We don't have a lot of details right now. We do know, however, that there are several injuries. You can see one of the victims now being airlifted. You can see firefighters, paramedics on the scene in Florida where a small plane has crashed. These are live images coming in right now. Gonna work to get you guys more information, and we'll continue to bring you updates here on Fox 10 News Now. Alright, guys, just want to give you a quick update. We have a more specific location as far as where this plane has crashed. It is in Opelika, the city of Opelika, near the southeast corner of the Opelika airport. It looks like we have lost the live feeds that were coming in. Give me a second while I see if we can get this feed back. If not, we will take you live to South Carolina. Oh, there we go. We got the feedback again. Opelika, Florida. Now, Opelika is a city in the Miami-Dade County in Florida. Opelika, northwest of the city of Miami, southwest of Fort Lauderdale. A fairly small city, relatively speaking, relative to the rest of the area. The population of Opelika is 15,000. Again, this plane crashed in Opelika, Florida. I want to read some of the comments from the chat room. I see Robert Cisneros saying it's always good to walk away from a plane crash, I would say. Tess saying looks like we have survivors. Rachel saying, wow, no one was killed. Amazing. Robert pointed out something interesting, the fact that the plane almost ended up in water. As you can see, looking at the images on your screen right now, that plane really was on the edge of land and water. While watching these live aerials come in over the course of the last 5-10 minutes, we have seen multiple people transported. As of right now, we don't know of any fatalities. We do know that several people were injured. I believe I saw at least 3 people taken on stretchers from the scene. These are live images coming in right now from Opelika, Florida, which is just outside of Miami, about northwest of Miami, southwest of Fort Lauderdale, for those of you familiar with the South Florida area. And don't worry if you are getting a glitchy signal on your end. It has nothing to do with your internet connection. In fact, the feed that's coming into us from Florida, that feed itself is glitchy. We are dipping to black periodically. However, I'm going to hold on this feed until we officially lose it, just so we get any and all aerial shots that we can. Again, Opelika, Florida is where this plane crashed. All right, guys. Not sure if we're going to get this feedback from the plane crash. Let's hold on this shot for about 30 seconds, 45 seconds. If nothing comes back, we're going to cut away from this. Looks like we are, looks like they're not giving it back. So let's go live now to South Carolina where Marco Rubio is speaking.
Than tobacco.
Marco Rubio
I don't
speaking
understand
live
why
in
they don't sell. The same people who want to ban tobacco sales at Walmart or Walgreens or CVS are in favor of legalizing marijuana that has much more powerful levels of carcinogen, but it also is an intoxicant. And we already are paying a terrible price for intoxicants in this country, but obviously we can disagree on that issue. On the other two, I generally...
And it looks like we have the feedback from the plane crash. They're going to go ahead and bring these to you now. We are recording Marco Rubio, so if we aren't able to get to him live, we will be playing that back for you guys in just a little bit. All right, getting updates from our local station out in Miami. 3 people and a dog were on board that small plane that crashed shortly after takeoff from Opa-locka Airport. That is the plane that you were looking at. These are live images from the scene. You can see that the plane crashed, barely missing the water. Again, 3 people on board and a small dog on that small plane that crashed just near the Opa-locka Airport, the southeast corner of the Opa-locka Airport. And it looks like we've lost the feed once again. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and show you guys a map so you get a rough idea of the area. Here is the Opa-locka Airport. Here is Miami Beach, South Beach. You have Fort Lauderdale over here, and Opa-locka is right here. So you can see downtown Miami, Opa-locka right up here. Here's the Miami International Airport. Here is Opa-locka. Here is the Opa-locka Airport where it took off, crashing near the southeast corner. So that would be probably right around here, and you can see that there is some water right around here. So that's probably where this plane crashed. Somewhere along here would be what we are looking at. Again, Opa-locka Executive Airport. Plane crashes shortly after takeoff. Looks like we no longer have those images in from the actual scene of the crash. So, once again, I'm going to take you back to South Carolina where Marco Rubio is speaking live.
Millions of people in Africa. You may not realize this, But the American taxpayer and the generosity of the American taxpayer has saved the lives of millions of people in Africa through the President's Emergency Fund for AIDS relief. There was a scourge on Africa where you had literally children, hundreds of thousands of children born HIV infected. That was a death sentence in Africa 15 years ago. The American taxpayer has funded antiviral medications that aren't just saving lives, they're saving the lives of unborn children, that are now able to lower the viral load to a level where it's not transmitted from the mother to the child. There are literally millions of people alive in Africa because of the generosity of the American taxpayer. Now, let me tell you, that is something we should be proud of, but geopolitically, that is something that will bear benefit. Because there are people in Africa today that know that the reason why they are alive is because the American taxpayer provided this service. It is not going to be easy to turn them into radical anti-American fighters, knowing that the American public was so generous. And that's just on the American government side, not to mention what the American private sector and the American charitable sector has done for millions of people around the world. So I have hopes for Africa's future. Obviously, there are pockets in Africa that are deeply embedded in civil war and strife, in sectarian strife. We've seen the horrifying incidents. And then there's real promise as well. And my hope is that, that the 21st century will be a promising era for Africa, and that, for example, we can do more about what China is now doing to exploit the natural resources of that continent, where they basically take over land, import their own workers, take all the natural resources, and then leave nothing behind. And that's one more reason why the U.S. needs to remain engaged and vibrant and active in the world, to ensure that, that it is our values and not the values of a dictatorship that are the ones that are spreading throughout the planet.
I'm sorry, guys, but we're going to have to finish right here. I'd like to thank Senator Rubio.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you on behalf of the College of Charleston Bully Pulpit Series. Thank you for everyone who came. Please follow us on social media, Facebook, College of Charleston, Bully Pulpit Series, Twitter and Instagram. We are CFC Bully Pulpit, and on Snapchat, CFC BP. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
All right, guys, you know what? We're going to cut out of this, actually, because we're getting these live aerials coming in from a car that is burning. Now, what happened exactly is that this car was the vehicle where a suspect was being chased in. Now, this initially was reported as a chase. The suspect then bailed on foot. Right now we're getting these live aerials in courtesy of Skyfox, a car on fire.
Deputies there as well. Again, this was a car chase. Pinal County deputies involved in terms of the authorities, and this is out by the Mesa Gateway Airport. And we're still looking into the suspect, who this person is, but we will be covering this for you live throughout the morning.
All right, guys. So what happened here was that a suspect led Pinal County deputies on a high-speed chase. We are hearing that the suspect is now in custody. It is unclear where the suspect is in custody. I'm hearing within the newsroom that this whole chase started when the suspect allegedly tried to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy, who then he then led them on a high-speed chase. You're looking at live images now of firefighters putting out that car fire. The suspect is in custody. Don't have a lot of information right now, guys. I'm just repeating to you what I'm hearing in the newsroom. I know some of you guys in the chat wondering why we weren't able to carry the chase itself live. When we learned about the chase, we launched Chopper. However, obviously Chopper is in different parts of the valley. This incident taking place near the Mesa Gateway Airport. By the time that Chopper arrived on scene, the chase had already wrapped up. It ended up at German and Atwood, southeast of the Mesa Gateway Airport. The suspect bailed, fled on foot, but now we are hearing that the suspect is in custody. We are unsure why the car caught fire. However, we do have these live images of that car on fire. All right, for those of you just joining us wondering why we are looking at live images of a burning car, that is the car that the suspect was fleeing in. It is unclear how the car caught fire, why the car caught fire, but the suspect that was being chased by Pinal County deputies was driving this vehicle. The vehicle ended up here. The suspect fled on foot. We are being told the suspect is now in custody. However, this vehicle has now caught fire. We're bringing you guys these live images courtesy of Skyfox again. The vehicle ended up in Mesa near German and Atwood, the southeast side of the Mesa Gateway Airport. The suspect initially being chased because he allegedly attempted to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy. Meanwhile, we're also getting the live images in from the plane crash that took place near Miami, Florida, the small plane crash. Right now we're getting these live images of the dog that is being taken on a stretcher, paramedics rescuing the dog that was on board. As we reported earlier, 3 people and 1 dog on board that small aircraft that crashed in Opelika, Florida. You can see the live images of the dog being rescued right now on that stretcher. Again, this feed is a little glitchy. It's coming in live from Opelika, Florida. Opelika, just north of the Miami International Airport, southwest of the Fort Lauderdale Airport. The crash occurring just outside of the Opelika Airport, the plane crashing just minutes after takeoff. Just wanted to give you an update with that story. Now we're going to go back to Mesa, where this fire is continuing to burn, this car on fire. This is the vehicle that the suspect that police were chasing. The suspect was driving this vehicle. The suspect parked right here, fled on foot. The suspect has since been apprehended. It is unclear why the car caught fire. We're working to get you guys information. What we know right now is that the suspect was being chased in this vehicle because he allegedly tried to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy. The car ended up southeast of the Mesa Gateway Airport near German and Atwood. Again, the suspect bailed, fled on foot. We're hearing the suspect is now in custody, but as you can see, many sheriff's deputies, police units on hand at the scene of this car fire.
We have one here from Mesa, one engine from Mesa, and a brand new fire engine just came in here just moments ago, this red one here, and looks like we're going to try to get maybe some hoses on this thing and drive out to it, but right now they did try to put it out with some fire extinguishers, but it is still raging here this morning. You can see another truck coming in, looks like another vehicle coming in. They're going to try to put this fire out, but again, this is the end of a police chase that started in Pinal County, moved into Maricopa County. Person is in custody this morning.
So Troy, from your vantage point, we know that we're southeast of the Mesa Gateway Airport. Do you see that some of that black billowing smoke that we see into the sky, is that affecting traffic on any of the roads nearby, or possibly anything there at the airport?
No problems here at the airport this morning. The black smoke is going up and dissipating. I'll move the camera out and show you that this is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Off to the right there, you can see this is Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport here in the property. You can see the runways there off to the north of where this is. This is just a big area where we have open fields and fields that are ready to be planted. Off to the south of us, more fields as well. So this is just a big area where this person tried to take the chase off-road and get away from deputies, but that did not work out well for them. You can see all the tire tracks in the dirt here this morning. Again, the person is in custody. They tried to get away and they couldn't.
And at this point, the mystery is how this vehicle caught fire, right, Troy?
Yeah, exactly. It certainly could have been something where the the dirt is super deep here, and the car got really hot. Could have been they tried to light it on fire when they got out. You never know if they tried to run, but it's certainly the mystery in how it caught fire. But it is certainly raging here. We do have this one extra crew. They're pulling out a hose right now. It looks like they're going to try to get this out real quick.
All right, Troy Barrett, Live Force and Sky Fox this morning. Thank you, Troy. Again, the suspect in custody there with Pinal County deputies. A pair of Valley veterans have a new mission. They're trying to get men and women who've also served their country off Valley streets. So they've created Camp Alpha. This is in Sunny Slope, just north central of here. It started in October on the corner of 15th Avenue and Hatcher, and this place is becoming a safe haven, often letting people like Shane Lilly, who was living out in the desert with his dog before coming to Camp Alpha.
It gives you a breather, a chance to, just stop and breathe and get back on your feet. With me, 30 days from now, I'll be fine. I've got my pension coming in. I've got Social Security.
Hands on deck!
You heard them all helping out. Hands on deck. Camp Alpha is getting help from the community and other veterans organizations. They've rallied around the camp, dropping off tents, food, clothing, and other supplies.
Wow.
Great way the community is coming together.
All right, guys, going to cut out of the morning show to bring you these live images again of the fire that is burning a car on fire. Initially, this was the car that a suspect was fleeing in. Pinal County Sheriff's deputies and police were pursuing a suspect inside this vehicle. The suspect allegedly had tried to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy. The suspect then attempted to go off-road before fleeing the vehicle. We are being told that the suspect has since been apprehended, but we do have these live images now of the vehicle itself that has caught fire. It's unclear how the vehicle caught fire, if it was intentionally set or if it was something that happened naturally. Again, we're just learning information slowly. I know that Andrew Hasbin is on his way to the scene right now, so hopefully we will get an update from him once he arrives. All right, guys, those of you just joining us, I want to give you guys a quick recap as to what we've been watching. We're looking at live aerials right now coming in from Mesa, Arizona. Now, what happened, what we know so far is that Pinal County Sheriff's deputies and police were chasing a suspect who had fled in a vehicle after this suspect allegedly tried to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy. The suspect then took them into this deserted place trying to flee off-road before leaving his car, fleeing on foot. The suspect has since been caught. However, the vehicle that he was in has now caught fire. We've been watching the vehicle burn now for more than 20 minutes. I know Andrew Hasbin is on his way to the scene, and we will be hearing from him momentarily. Again, this chase ends in Mesa, near the Mesa Gateway Airport. What you guys are looking at now is the Pinal County Sheriff's chopper that is on the ground. It's possible that they assisted in the chase as well. Just giving you guys the updates as I'm hearing them within the Fox 10 newsroom. If I hear anything else, I will let you guys know right here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, those of you just joining us, want to give you guys a quick update as to what you are looking at. You are looking at the location where a police pursuit ended. This is in Mesa. You can see the smoke right there coming from that car. The police were chasing that vehicle specifically. Well, more specifically, the suspect inside that vehicle. The suspect took them off-road and then fled on foot. However, we're hearing that the suspect has since been apprehended. Shortly thereafter, the car started burning significantly. We've been carrying live images of that car fire. It looks like the fire is completely put out now. For those of you wondering why the suspect was initially being chased in the first place, the suspect allegedly tried to run over a Pinal County Sheriff's deputy. That's what we are being told. And I know Andrew Hasman is on his way to the scene, so hopefully Andrew will have more updates for us in just a little bit. Stay tuned. All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we're getting a live feed from Chicago. The lawyers for the family of Laquan McDonald, the teenager that was shot and killed by a Chicago cop. This teen shot 16 times, speaking now in a press conference. Let's watch.
While he was unarmed. And then they lied about it.
Was Officer Hernandez a patrol officer? Was he in a marked car? He had a dash cam in his own car?
The dash cam, there was not a dash cam in his car. The dash cam was in another car that was arriving to the scene.
And he was a patrol officer?
I think it was indicated he was a tactical officer at the time. He arrived in an unmarked car. He was the back passenger behind the driver.
He's the only one that fired shots.
Nobody else fired shots. There were numerous police officers there because shots had been fired earlier by the unknown person that shot out the car. Nobody else fired their weapon because they did not feel a need to do so. Incidentally, the time that went by from the time Officer Hernandez got out of the car until the time of the shooting was about 2 seconds, which I think we see in a lot of these cases.
What's the status on the lawsuit that was filed last year?
The federal lawsuit is still pending. It's winding its way through the system.
Who's the judge on that?
That'd be Judge Chang.
And that's what's coming up on the 10th, you think?
Judge 10th, the FOIA lawsuit will be in Chancery Court with Judge Cohn. Judge Chang issued the protective order.
So the 2 court dates? December 10th?
December 10th is the main court date because that's when we hope and pray that the video will be released.
Okay.
The case is winding its way through the federal lawsuit in federal court.
Just to be clear, orders of protection are pretty common in these cases in federal court, so it's more the FOIA lawsuit in Cook County where you're hoping the video is going to be released. You're not taking issue or objecting to Judge Chang's protective order?
Our best bet will be to have the video released through the FOIA lawsuit. Correct.
The pictures that are of the kids, are they his kids, these two?
No, those are him.
Those are him when he was a child?
Mhm.
Okay.
Anything else you'd want the people to remember about your son?
I want them to remember the ones that knew him, his smile, his spirit. And as a kid growing up, and don't forget about him because I'm not. He got killed October the 12th. Every year on that day, I'm going to remember him right there on 53rd and King Drive where he took his last breath at. And I'm going to ask the city, can they plant a tree right there or change the name of that street and add his name up there? He deserved that.
Any other questions?
Michael, you speak Spanish, right? We have Univision here. Do you need anything in Spanish? Yeah. Univision?
I do not.
Okay.
Un poco.
Okay, all right.
Let me just ask you, Ms. Holmes, since you've been dealing with this since last October, when did you first get the inclination that something was wrong here, that something was amiss with the story that police were telling? Did you feel that immediately?
I knew they was lying because I knew my son, what he will do and what he wouldn't do. So I knew they was lying. That's why it's important that they release this video to clear his name so I can get some type of closure. And it'll take a relief off of my back, to knowing that my son got killed for no reason.
And the quick follow-up on that is, all too often when there's a police shooting, we hear the police department spokesman, who's usually Pat Camden, say he turned, he pointed the gun, the officer feared for his safety. It's almost like they say it all the time, and all we have to do is plug in the different person's name. This video, amongst other things, clearly shows that that did not happen. And that's part of the problem here, too.
Everybody set?
If the video is released on the 10th, will you disseminate it to us? Or
We certainly will, and we'll let you know as soon as we find out. Okay? Thank you very much.
Is Chancery Court over in the Daily Center?
It is.
Judge Sullivan?
Yes, and we can get that information too.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just like that.
Tiana, T-I-A-N-A. Last name? A-B-R-A-N.
Abrams, thank you.
Sorry. There's water here if anybody needs.
All right, guys. Looks like that's a wrap on that press conference out of Chicago. Again, this was a press conference from the family of the teen that was shot 16 times by that cop. I'm now bringing you live pictures in again from the scene of that chase that ended out in Mesa. We no longer have the aerial images, but this is a ground shot of the scene in Mesa where the crash wrapped up. And speaking of local events, there is actually an event taking place right here in downtown. It's called the Shave Off. Diamondbacks players, or former players rather, will be participating in this, and this is a live feed right now, I believe. This is the GM of the Diamondbacks.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
This event is the Great Shave Off. It's scheduled to start in just a couple of minutes. The Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO, Derek Hall, as well as former players, along with doctors and leaders of the University of Arizona Cancer Center at Dignity Health St. Joseph's Hospital and Medical Center, will partake. In terms of the former players taking part in this event, J.J. Putz and Luis Gonzalez, also known as Gonzo, a couple of former Diamondbacks taking part in the Great Shave Off. Now, as you know, or maybe you don't know, many men celebrate, or rather partake in No Shave November, part of the Movember movement that encourages men to grow mustaches to raise awareness for men's health issues such as prostate cancer and whatnot. So we are going to watch as real barbers wielding straight razors shear off the hair from many people's faces.
I never really actually had a beard. When I played with a goatee, so to do something like this, I really noticed a lot of gray came in real fast, so I'm ready to do this today.
You're concerned your beard grew straight out as opposed to...
Yeah, mine was everything. I was a porcupine, I think. So
he called you a cheerhead.
This was a great opportunity for cancer awareness, and our organization stepped up to do something like this. And Derek Hall and Ken Kendrick, our owner, were prostate cancer survivors, so we stepped up and wanted to do something different.
All right, guys, we're recording that. We'll play that for you a little bit later on, but it looks like the mayor of Chicago is now speaking.
I feel strongly as mayor of the city of Chicago that we face our own questions and our own judgment. The horrifying shooting of Mr. McDonald requires more than words of sadness. It requires that we act, that we take more concrete steps to prevent such abuses in the future, secure the safety and the rights of all Chicagoans, and build stronger bonds of trust between our police department, the men and women that make up that department, and the communities they're sworn to serve and protect. While I don't believe the actions of Officer Van Dyke reflect the vast majority of the men and women who risk their lives every day to protect our lives, I also know that the use of excessive force and misuse of authority is not new in Chicago or isolated only to Chicago. There is a history of it. We have worked hard to address these concerns over the past 4.5 years through intensive training, new policies governing the use of force. But for whatever progress we have made, the killing of Laquan McDonald is a vivid reminder that we have much more work to do as a city. There are two key questions before us. First, was this specific investigation handled properly? And I want to be clear that that question is being investigated by the United States Department of Justice in the U.S. Attorney's Office. And as you know, the city has handed every piece of evidence over to the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Chicago and the FBI within weeks of the incident. This includes evidence related to the shooting itself, but also evidence related to the police department's response. They will address these questions when their investigation is complete. And I hope you would await the conclusion of their inquiry, which I also am anxious for. The second question is how we prevent this type of incident from happening again. How do we ensure that we are effectively policing the police? That is why today I'm announcing that I've asked 5 respected Chicagoans who are leaders in the criminal justice system to do a top-to-bottom review of the system of oversight and accountability, training, and transparency that is currently in place for Chicago's police officers. These 5 leaders have extensive experience investigating police misconduct or representing victims of police misconduct. They include Sergio Acosta, Inspector General Joe Ferguson, Lori Lightfoot, Hy Grau, and Randolph Stone. They will actively engage community leaders, victims' rights, law enforcement, youth, religious, and elected leaders to ensure the recommendations are based on the input from all parts of the city and all perspectives as it relates to criminal justice and the police department and public safety. In addition, Chicago native and former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, who has led the United States Department of Civil Rights Division, United States Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division under President Clinton, has agreed to serve as a senior advisor to the task force. These 6 Chicagoans know, like I know, that the vast majority of our officers are committed to the communities they serve. But they also know, as I do, that any case of excessive force or abuse of authority undermines the entire force and the trust we must build with every community in the city. Police officers are only as effective as if they are trusted by all Chicagoans, whoever they are and wherever they live in the city. By reinvigorating our oversight, we will continue to take the necessary steps to build trust between the police and the residents and communities they serve. In order to bring the level of safety to our streets that every Chicagoan deserves, people must have confidence in our entire system. They must have trust in this system is in place. That's why the task force will look at how the city handles excessive force cases, how we can develop an early warning system to help us intervene with problem officers, and how to improve transparency in these cases without compromising ongoing investigations. Every day we work to earn their trust, to earn the public's trust, we will redouble our work in pursuit of that goal. Every day we must ensure that the checks and balances are in place to keep the confidence of Chicagoans in their public safety and in the people that are entrusted with that responsibility. That trust must be earned by everyone from the police officer on the beat to the highest ranking officials in our government. Superintendent Gary McCarthy has been an excellent leader of our police department over the past 4.5 years. His community policing strategy has led to the lowest overall crime rate on record, and his efforts to remove guns from the street have yielded significant progress. But Superintendent McCarthy knows that a police officer is only as effective as when he has the trust of those he serves. After this weekend, after effectively handling both the protests that followed the release of the McDonald video last week and the arrest of Tashawn's killers, Superintendent McCarthy and I began a discussion on Sunday about the direction of the department and the undeniable fact that the public trust in the leadership of the department has been shaken and eroded. This morning, I formally asked for his resignation. The superintendent, Gary's record at the Chicago Police Department is a strong one, and one that he can be proud of. I'm grateful for his service to the city. He has both modernized the police department and brought real results for the people of the city of Chicago. But now is the time for fresh eyes and new leadership to confront the challenges the department and our community and our city are facing as we go forward. I've asked First Deputy John Escalante to serve as acting commissioner until the police board has conducted a thorough search. From body cameras to today's task force to the new superintendent, this is not the end of the problem, but it is the beginning of the solution to the problem. There are systematic challenges that will require sustained reforms. It is a work in progress as we continue to build the confidence and the trust by the public in our police force. Everyone has a role to play, and I'm just as responsible and as accountable as everyone else in working towards that solution. I do not take that responsibility lightly and will work to ensure that every day we realize a strong Chicago we all want and the public deserves. Lauren?
You talked about transparency and accountability. If you knew about the Laquan McDonald case before, why didn't you just come out in front of it?
Right. Well, 2 points, Lauren, I would say. One is, as you know, the family contacted the Corp Counsel Steve Patton's office on February 27th, and that information has been made public, and we reached a resolution with them in short order, and then it was taken to City Council. If you go back to Steve's testimony at City Council in April, you'll not only hear the settlement, but you'll also hear a full, thorough discussion of the videotape. Hold on. Second, and all that, not only in that material, but also I would say in what was in that video. So it was public in that way. As you can tell, and it's self-evident, we have 2 principles. One is the desire for public information, and 2, also the principle about the integrity of an investigation. It is clear, and other cities handling this, or trying to work their way through it, that those 2 principles are in conflict. If you look at what I just asked the commission to do, is to not only take past practices and protocols and programs that exist in place today and have existed, but to ask core questions about a video, which is how do you make it public without either compromising, tainting, or in any way hindering an ongoing investigation. Now, there's a common practice across the country, and there's a practice that's been in place here in the city of Chicago. You don't hinder, you don't compromise an ongoing investigation. Yet, it's clear you all want, and the public deserves, that information. There are 2 conflicting principles. That is why, just having met recently, this morning with the commissioners, the 5 individuals, do we need to make any changes to that practice to ensure that what we've seen, you don't question why it's being held, and I've given that answer. Steve gave that answer when he was testifying back in April and as he described the video, is to also ask, how do you reconcile those so the public gets what they want, but you don't ever get a situation that somehow you've compromised an investigation and they can't come to a conclusion to bring a level of justice, correct?
Given the urgency of the problem, the violence, the confidence in police, why is this task force's report not due until after the primary? If there seems to be a political decision.
No, I beg to differ. First of all, I think if you know the work, and I just said this to them, if they could get it done earlier, great. That's the deadline I give you. If you need an extension, you're going to have to say that. I try to make it, as I said to them, focused and go deep. These problems are real and systemic, and I don't want you to lose sight of anything. There's a real deadline, though, to get us the material to get working.
Mayor, you've been in office for 4.5 years. When you came in office, the Chicago Police Department had a long history of police misconduct, excessive force. Why is it you have not acted on this issue until now when the judge forced the release of this video and forced you to act?
Well, I just, as I could, beg to differ with that, but let me just go to two ways as examples, if I could. First of all, we reinvigorated community policing. Second, as you know, just a couple months ago, we did an unprecedented agreement with the ACLU. It was actually more than a couple months ago, which it was not under court order or a lawsuit. We brought an agreement between the ACLU and the police department to look into how they handle cases. As just two examples. And in fact, a lot of the material that's out there is because of a level of transparency we've brought to the data around the police department. And you can even go back to 2013, where I asked former Prosecutor Safer to do a report also on a series of issues as it relates to transparency or information. So I don't accept that. That doesn't mean, as I said, you are right. There's a long history. We have made progress, but our work is not done.
You shouldn't have acted sooner.
Go ahead.
What did Gary McCarthy do wrong?
Well, I think that, first of all, let me say this. I have a lot of support, as you know, and confidence in the work and the results that he's done. But our goal, as I would say to you, is to build the trust and confidence with the public. And at this point in this juncture for the city, given what we're working on, he has become an issue rather than dealing with the issue and a distraction. Now, I support, and I've said it and noted, the results of his work. 34% reduction, Bill, over the last 4.5 years in crime. But we must get to that confidence and trust to build what I think is necessary, which, as I said, towards a solution.
Mayor?
Now, let me just finish. I have a lot of loyalty to what he's done and him, but I have a bigger loyalty to the city of Chicago, its future, and the strength of that future. And no one person trumps my commitment and my responsibility to the city of Chicago and its future. I thanked him for his service, but we now need to make a move in both leadership, the commission, the body cameras are all of a piece of starting to build that trust and that confidence, and that's essential if we're going to bring the type of safety we want to see in the city of Chicago. Hold on, Carol?
Mayor, how do you engender trust in the community when you as mayor didn't even see that video for 13 months, and your own police department, just hours after the shooting happened, put out false information about it?
Well, first of all, my level of as it relates to my trust, I think my answer to that goes to the first part. One is we have a practice, not unique to Chicago, is that you don't do anything as it relates to material evidence that would hamper, hinder, compromise an investigation. I've asked the commission to look into this because there's need for that information. I don't look at material in a criminal investigation, any of them. And if I had looked at that video, your question before over the next 7 months is, why do you get to see it and nobody else does? So I would see it when everybody else would see it, even though I don't look at other evidence. And I do want an update of a practice that clearly is got two principles in total conflict with each other. Mike?
Mr. Mayor, two things. The other night when Reverend Jackson first talked about this, he complained that 75% of the murders in the city are not being solved or cleared in the police departments. Second thing that he and members of the Black Caucus of the City Council have said they want to redo extensively the provisions in the collective bargaining agreement with the police union as relate to these kinds of investigations.
Mm-hmm.
Can you address those?
Well, on the second part, let me say, the second part is that is for the bargaining table. It's clear that there's some challenges here. As in this particular case, when the information was made available, what was allowed and permissible, the Superintendent McCarthy took action, which was the officer Van Dyke was stripped of his police authority. Once the charges came by the state's attorney's office, he was stripped of his pay. As it relates to how do you deal with that, there's two parts I would note in the commission that aren't in the collective bargaining, but are noteworthy. And one of the things I think is important, I hope it doesn't get lost. Before you even get to this, how do you get a early warning system so when an officer starts to have repeated problems and complaints, that you can both interdict either on professional training or otherwise? And then if it gets to a situation, we're going to have to, as it relates to the contractual part, as you talked about, it's something that's clear that we're going to have to talk to and talk about at the bargaining table. On the clearance thing, there is a challenge here, and we have to, and one of the things is in solving, and I don't want to speak to this, this is really more for the police department to do, but you have to have a level of trust where people come forward, as did happen in the Deshaun Lee case. There are other cases where that doesn't happen. That's not the only reason, but building that confidence and trust can also help the police department do their job. Ed?
What you're really talking about is changing the culture of Chicago Police Department. There was an early warning system. We had that report from Chip Hardy. Van Dyke was known, he had 18 complaints. I mean, there was a federal a settlement for $300,000. So what's going to change this idea that you're going to crack down on corrupt cops within your own police department when it was already known this guy Van Dyke was
yeah. I would say, if I could, Ed, culture, yes, but that's not limited. So if I wasn't clear, let me try again. Okay? These are the what I've asked the task force to do. See if the oversight and the accountability and the discipline systems are as vigorous as they need to be, and are there any changes? 2, what do we have in place or not have in place or is not effective as it relates to an early warning to officers that have repeated problems? And 3rd, how do we deal with the transparency both to those cases but also making information public? Those are all, I would tell you, the goal is not just the culture of the police department, yes, and doing changes are not enough, but they're part of changing that culture. Having a leadership that dedicates itself to these goals is part of it. 3rd, I would also note to you, so I would not say that just changing the culture, that is part of it. Building the trust and confidence is the goal of each of these steps.
Mayor, you've answered the calls for superintendent's resignation. What about the calls for your own resignation?
Wasn't it clear to you
Thank you.
from the get-go with this guy Van Dyke? Wasn't it clear to you he was a problem?
Yeah, well, that's why what you have here is a situation where we have to have the pieces in place, because I think one of the problems we have is if you have an officer with repeated challenges, how do you interdict? And maybe we're not interdicting, and there's changes that need to happen. That's what the commission is going to look into.
A couple of questions, if you could bear with me, sir.
Sure.
First of all, what are you looking for in a superintendent? Does it need to be an outsider? Does it need to be an African American to restore the confidence of that community?
As you know, Fran, and the way the process works, the police board makes a series of recommendations. And so the police board will start their work in looking for a permanent leader to the police department. But John Escalante will step in. I want to have somebody that will meet the needs of both the public safety, help obviously in this issue of both changing the culture, putting in place the building blocks to restore the confidence and trust that we want to see in the city of Chicago, and have a record of in the police department of invigorating the type of not only commitment to professionalism, but the type of commitment I want to see to make the changes necessary, not only to lead the department, but to lead the changes in the department to get the results we want.
Do you not have any responsibility? Do you not have any responsibility in not driving reforms of the police department until today?
Bill, I answered. Bill, I answered. I asked.
You said you've taken steps, but you're here today announcing this.
Okay.
Can you say the outsider or African American? Can you answer that question?
Okay, so first, yeah. Let me try to do all 4 of these. One, as I said, I said it in my remarks. I'm responsible. I don't shirk that responsibility. I have taken certain steps prior to this date. I'm taking steps today. As I told you, this is a work in progress in finding a solution. It's not the end of the problem. It's the beginning of the solution towards the problem. I got you, Marianne, out of the corner of my eye. I got you. Okay, let me just try to do this with also integrating France. So I don't know if I could do it on page 10 and repeat the line to you. I said up front, before you even asked a question, I take responsibility, and none of us are above it. Fran, to your question, the police board, I'm not looking for a type. I'm looking for a professional that can lead the department and make sure that they have a robust record of bringing results of public safety, and this is one of the areas of the area.
Can you develop Patrick?
He may have been born in Chicago, has not lived here for many, many years. You called him a Chicagoan. Most would not agree with you. He's actually from Massachusetts now.
Mm-hmm.
Why not a Chicagoan lead this task force? Can I do a follow-up?
What a shock. Two things. One is he is from Chicago. Okay, that is correct. But he is a Chicagoan also with the background as head of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. He is a former governor, and he has a unique perspective. He's not leading it, and as I said, he's an advisor to the commission. He is from Chicago, like all the other 5 who will be doing the day in and day out work.
What about your trip to Paris? Are you still going to Paris? Who's going with you? Is it a taxpayer-funded trip? And will you have security that therefore is also paid by taxpayers?
Yeah, I haven't made a decision yet whether I'm going to go based on my work.
There's a
widespread.
What's that?
You had planned to go, and all week your staff has been saying you're going. Why are you changing your mind?
Well, obviously by the answer would be it's a question in, I haven't answered yet because I have serious work here. I happen to think the mission of climate change is serious work, and I'll weigh the equities of doing that. So I haven't yet answered it.
Many people have suggested in the course of the marches that political considerations played a role in delaying the decision, the settlement, or having the settlement while you were engaged in a pretty tight race, and the video wasn't released while you were trying to run for re-election. Can you address those concerns, and does it speak to, do you have things you have to do to regain trust?
Well, again, let me say, I said it in my remarks, but I'll repeat it. I work at that every day, and I have a lot of work to do at that, and I try every day. Some days are better than ever in building the trust that we have as a city and as the mayor, and the fidelity I have to the public that we're building a strong Chicago. I'm going to address it. Yeah, I'm going to ask all your first 5 questions. Hold on. Second is, as I think, I know Steve and the office has worked through the timeline, but I think this is relevant. The family came forward on February 27th contacting the city. Within a short time, we reached a conclusion, and within a short time, it was taken to city council, even while the criminal investigation by the state's attorney is still ongoing, and even while the U.S. Attorney's Office is investigating the civil rights and other parts of this investigation. We as a city reached that conclusion. As it relates to the video, I both asked the commission, and I want to repeat, I said a long time that on the completion of the investigation, the video would be made public, which is exactly what happened 4 hours after the completion of the investigation. 2, it is a common practice, not just here in Chicago, although we've had this practice in place for a long time, but across the country, that you don't release material that's essential to an investigation because it would compromise, taint, or in some otherwise hinder that investigation. It is clear, based on this event, that between the public's desire to know, which is essential, and the integrity of investigation, you have 2 principles in conflict. I've asked the commission to update and ask some core questions. Should we continue that practice of a default? Should it actually be the responsibility not of the city, but of the investigatory entities? They'll ask a series of questions to update a protocol that nobody has updated, and other cities across the country not only have that protocol, are now challenging and asking some core questions. We have to do it.
Mr. Mayor, how can you build trust and transparency when it appears that the tapes have been tampered with? I mean, are we ever going to get the truth about what's happened to those, what happened to the audio on the tapes, what happened to the Burger King?
I think it goes, again, why I asked address the first part, but let me repeat it, or make this kind of point. There are 3 elements to here. There was a civil settlement. There was a criminal investigation that's now charges have been brought, and there's an ongoing U.S. Attorney FBI investigation. Questions like it exists to the Burger King, the conduct at that point by the police department, other things that the police department took afterwards, all that is being looked at by the Justice Department. And so when you say that, I would just say there are 3 separate distinct parts. One was civil, one was criminal, one is civil rights and otherwise. And they're all, and when they conclude, a lot of what you're asking, totally legitimate, they will have the questions, they will have the answers to those questions.
Task force home a distraction as well?
Have I?
Have you and your office become a distraction?
I don't, I'm responsible to the public to do the job of being a mayor. and you earn that trust every day.
Have you seen the
And
video? Have you seen the video, Mr.
Yes.
Just a second.
And if you had seen it.
Excuse me. Mr. McCarthy had become a distraction.
Mhm.
There are a lot of questions in this room about you and your office. Have you become a distraction as well?
Well, you'll make that judgment. I think I'm doing my job, and I try to do it every day and do it in a professional way. Monica?
Mr. Mayor.
What's the racial makeup of the task force?
What's a racial makeup? Okay. I think you have all the pictures, but I'll go through. Lori Lightfoot is African-American woman, and you know her background as a former prosecutor. Randolph Stone is African-American. There's also a Hispanic individual. There's Joe Ferguson, who is obviously Caucasian, and then there's Hiram, who is also Hispanic.
And Mr. Mayor, there's been academics from University of Chicago, Yale. There's been a federal judge that said the thin blue line, code of silence, is a problem of public interest before. What are they studying? All of it's out there. Rule 14. When you talk about cops who lie, they don't get punished. When you talk about misconduct that's not violent, you're a guy who always just gets stuff done. Why not just make that stuff public the way you would, say, pass a budget or handle on CPS?
Well,
and we're not talking about fatal shootings.
Let me say, I respectfully disagree with the analogy in this sense, Mark. Passing a budget or dealing with other things at Chicago Public Schools is not the same as both dealing with a set of protocols and culture and earning the trust and confidence of the public in the police department and the oversight, the accountability that exists in the police department. You are right at one level, there's a lot of work. As I said before, and I want to repeat, we are not unique in dealing with the issue of confidence and trust between communities of color in the city of Chicago with their police department. We do, like other cities, New York or other cities at Baltimore or Ferguson, Missouri, or Minneapolis, or Cleveland, have something also unique to our city, which is why the 5 people I put together who have worked for years on this, on this subject and on this question, will hit the ground running because they have years of work, and in dressing and giving us a blueprint that, in my view, could sustain the effort of bringing a sustained level of change to a systemic set of challenges that exist. And so that's what their job will be.
Mayor, you have any financial coming up? You're going to proceed with it? Make sure it's yours. Bro, make sure that's yours.
Which one is yours? This? I got 2 that look alike, sorry.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference with Mayor Rahm Emanuel. We're going to now go to South Carolina, where you can watch Marco Rubio speak.
To the beautiful Stern Center Gardens at the College of Charleston. Thank you so much for joining us today for our Presidential Town Hall event. The Bully Pulpit
All
Series
right, guys,
is
that
a
is a wrap on
nonpartisan
that,
collaborative
press
effort
conference with
between
Mayor
the
Rahm
Department of
Emanuel. We're gonna-
Communication to take this time to thank everybody who has made today possible, from the physical plant to the IT department and everybody in between. As the Bully Pulpit Series, it is an honor to provide a platform for our nation's leaders to engage with our college community. Throughout this election season and beyond, it is our mission to encourage political participation on campus. So please visit our website as well as follow our social media accounts. Further, today, if you have any questions for Senator Rubio, we will be taking questions from our Twitter at CFC Bully Pulpit. We will also be taking questions from the audience. Now, without any further ado, please help me in welcoming our distinguished guest, candidate for President of the United States, Senator Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Am I supposed to stand on this or avoid this? I can't tell if it's one or the other. I'll stand. Let's be safe. Thank you so much. You said our distinguished guest. I thought someone else was going to be speaking before me, so I appreciate that introduction. Thank you all for having me. I'll be brief. I want to get right to your questions. Thank you for coming. Thanks for being a part of this. This is not a normal election. Most elections are a choice between who you want to be the next president or which party you want in charge. I would argue this election goes much further than that. I think this election is a generational choice about our identity as a nation and as a people. And the reason why I say that is because both the world and our country are rapidly changing. And it's happening for a number of reasons. Domestically, the changes we feel are economic. This economy is nothing like the economy I grew up in. It's nothing like the economy we had 5 or 10 years ago. This economy is changing so fast. It's like having the Industrial Revolution every 5 to 10 years. And that's been incredibly disruptive. It has wiped out industries that once sustained people. Jobs that once provided for people's living now don't exist anymore. They're done by a machine, or they've been sent to another country, or they've become obsolete, replaced by a new idea and a new industry. The skills required for jobs in the 21st century are different than the skills of the 20th century. And so these rapid changes that have occurred in our economy have disrupted the lives of millions of our people. Just like the Industrial Revolution did, except it did that over a 100-year period. This is happening every 3 to 4 years. And then the world is also rapidly changing. You have the rise of rogue nations in Iran and North Korea that possess or are on the verge of possessing weapons of mass destruction. You have a resurgent China that is rapidly expanding their military capabilities and trying to use that capability to take over the South China Sea, the most important shipping lane in the world. You have Russia becoming increasingly aggressive, governed by a gangster, Vladimir Putin. And then you have the rapid rise of radical jihadists, not the least of which is the threat from ISIS, a group that I don't think our leaders have spent enough time explaining to the American people who they are or what they're motivated by. And hopefully we'll get into that a little bit more today. But I would just say this. This is not just a radical jihadist movement. It is a radical apocalyptic movement. They have an online publication, very professionally done, by the way, although it spews venom and hatred and poison. And it's called Dabiq, D-A-B-I-Q. And the reason why it's named Dabiq is because Dabiq is a city in Syria where they believe, according to their interpretation of prophecy, that the Western armies and radical jihadists like them will come to a final confrontation, which will usher in an apocalypse. Now that sounds like something from a movie or a novel. This is what they honestly believe. This is how they recruit fighters. They tell fighters, you can join us in this extraordinary fight that we're about to have. And the reason why we need to understand it is because it helps us understand what they are motivated by and the nature of the threat that we face. So we face a rapidly changing world and a rapidly changing economy. And in the face of all these changes, which have dramatically altered the way we live, the way we work, the way we aspire for our future, we have a government that is both out of touch and out of date. When I say out of touch, I mean there is no sense of urgency whatsoever in the federal government, in either political party, about addressing these challenges that we now face. And I say this to you as a Republican, because I think the Republican Party is partially to blame for the issues we face in this country. For example, you don't run up a $19 trillion debt without some bipartisan cooperation. They say there's no bipartisanship. Well, that isn't true. We have a $19 trillion bipartisan debt. But both parties lack a sense of urgency about the issues that we face. But they're also out of date. Our policies, many of them are relics of an era that came and went. We have a retirement system designed in the 1930s. We have a higher education system designed in the 1950s. We have anti-poverty programs that do not cure poverty designed in the 1960s. We have energy policies from the 70s and tax policies from the 80s. And nothing looks like the 80s, not to mention the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. The time has come for us to turn the page. We must update and modernize our government policies to address the challenges of the 21st century. And we must update and modernize our foreign policy to confront the challenges, the risks, and the opportunities of the 21st century. The bad news is we are not doing that right now. And if this election is just about electing the next person in line, the most familiar name, the person who says the most outrageous things, nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change, except things will only get worse. If we stay on the road we are on right now, I don't care what party you're a member of, if we stay on the road we are on right now, then this generation will be the first generation of Americans that leaves their children worse off than themselves. That has not happened in over 2 centuries of this country's history. But we have another choice before us, and I believe it with all my heart. We have an opportunity to leave the next generation of Americans as the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. Because the opportunities of the 21st century are just as real as its challenges. There are now hundreds of millions of people in the world that can afford to buy the services we provide, the products we make, the things that we invent. There are now multiple economies around the world capable of trading with us and partnering with us and investing with us. The opportunities of the 21st century are real. And no nation on earth and no people on earth are better positioned to take advantage of the opportunities of the 21st century than we are. This is the promising future that lies before us if we embrace it, if we do what needs to be done. It is the reason why my campaign theme is called A New American Century, because I believe we have the chance to make of the 21st century the greatest era in our nation's history. But this will not happen on its own, and it will not happen unless we choose it now in this election. And that is why I say this election is a generational choice. Not over which party to vote for, not even over which candidate to vote for. This election is a generational choice about what kind of country will we be in the 21st century. And if we keep doing what we are doing now, it will become a nation in decline. But if we do what needs to be done, if we can take the principles of limited government and free enterprise and a strong national defense and apply them to the unique challenges that people are facing in this new 21st century, then I believe what lies before us is the greatest era in our history. And this is the choice we're being asked to make right now. It is the choice that every generation of Americans has had to make. Ours is not the story of a nation that's ever had it easy. Ours is the story of a country that's always had it hard. This nation has always faced great challenges. We were founded in a great challenge by declaring independence from the most powerful empire in the world. Then we fought a great civil war that almost ended the young country. Not long after that, this nation was embroiled in a First World War, the most brutal and bloody conflict the world had ever seen up to that point. Not long after the end of the First World War, this nation was involved in a Great Depression, which was a traumatic economic experience. Almost as soon as that ended, the nation found itself in a Second World War, even more brutal than the first. As soon as that ended, the country found itself in a long, painful, and dangerous Cold War that threatened the very existence of life on this planet. The 1960s were no easy time for America. The nation was divided regionally on the basis of the Civil Rights Movement. It was divided generationally over Vietnam. The 70s were hard too. We had long gas lines. We had to confront and solve disco music. These were dangerous times. Some people like disco, I don't know. Anyway, we've always faced great challenges. Ours is not the story of the people that had it easy. It's the story of a nation where in each generation people did what they had to do. Now the time has come for us to do what we need to do. And today in your questions, hopefully we get into the details of what we need to do. Because here's the truth. We face great challenges, and we should be realistic about them. But I hope you're also optimistic about our future. Because if we do what needs to be done, there is no reason why the 21st century cannot be the greatest era in the amazing story of the greatest nation that man has ever known. So thank you for the chance to talk to you about it today. I look forward to answering your questions.
If you have a question, we'll start over here with one of the students.
How do you feel about...
They won't give you the mic because they won't get it back there.
How do you feel about formally declaring war on ISIS?
Well, we're at war with ISIS, and I think we have to understand what that means. Obviously, anything that strengthens the hand of the commander-in-chief is something I would be open to. But the bottom line, as I said a moment ago, is we have to understand the real risk that ISIS poses. ISIS is not just a terrorist group. They are an armed and organized insurgency that now controls territory, not just in Syria and in Iraq. ISIS now controls significant territory in Libya, which they are using as a staging ground to conduct operations in the Sinai, as a launch place to conduct attacks into Europe. In fact, if someone decides to join ISIS today as a foreign fighter, they are likely to tell you, go to Libya. That's where we're taking people in. That's where we're processing people. Let me tell you where else ISIS is. And no one is talking about this enough. ISIS is now growing into an increasing threat in Afghanistan. They are at war with the Taliban. Not just killing Taliban commanders, but they are also recruiting Taliban fighters. And what they're saying to them is, join us, we actually win. Join us, we are actually growing. So they are an increasing threat in Afghanistan and in Libya. They're already in Syria and in Iraq. They pose a threat to Lebanon, and eventually they made very clear they intend to go into Saudi Arabia, into Jordan, into Egypt. They consider the royal family of Saudi Arabia to be heretics. But here's the broader point. ISIS considers everyone who's not like them to be a heretic. They consider any Sunni Muslim that does not subscribe to their view of Islam as a heretic. They consider all Shia Muslims as heretics. They consider Christians and Jews and Buddhists and you name it as heretics. Anyone who does not believe what they believe, they consider a heretic. And they believe they have a right to kill them. Now they are motivated by an apocalyptic vision of the future. They want to trigger a final confrontation between what they call the armies of Rome, which means Western powers, and them, which they believe will trigger an apocalypse. Now we look at that stuff and say, that sounds strange and weird, but we have to understand what it is that motivates them. This is what they use when they attract fighters. My point in saying this to you is, they are not just going to go away on their own. They will continue to try to grow and expand and trigger this conflict until they are ultimately defeated. And I believe they need to be primarily defeated by a ground force made up of Sunni Arabs themselves. They have to be rejected ideologically and defeated militarily by local fighters from the area. That will require some American assistance, a significant amount. It will require special operators in greater numbers than what we have present now. It will require increased airstrikes, logistical coordination, technical coordination, intelligence sharing. We will have to do that in conjunction with our allies. We will have to ask more of Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Egypt and other powers in the region that have an immediate vested interest in their defeat. But either they win or we do. They will not go away on their own. They're not going to turn into stockbrokers or open a chain of McDonald's. These are very dangerous people who aspire to attack us here in the homeland as well. And the sooner we realize that, the quicker we're going to be able to address it.
I can tell you they're already here. I'm an ER doctor and I've already had the ability to take care of one of them. Our authorities just have to cancel all the bombing for Charles across the
You got to find the microphone though, because I can only hear scattering.
Hi.
Hi.
A little closer to home. I live in Goose Creek, South Carolina, which is about 20 miles west of Charleston. And we have a fairly modern, high-efficiency aluminum smelter that's owned by Century Aluminum. And they're basically threatening to close that plant down by the end of this year. That means 600 jobs because they can't get cheaper power from our local utility. And basically, it's due to the fact that China is dumping cheaper aluminum because their companies are subsidized by the government on the market, and our companies can't compete. So what would you do about that?
Well, let me tell you what we don't do. We don't get into a trade war because that ultimately hurts the American consumer. Here's the better approach, is we make America more cost-effective for manufacturing. And you do that through a combination of things. Number one, you do it through something I've outlined called the regulatory budget that limits how much federal regulations can cost our economy, because regulatory costs are a significant impediment to job creation. It's one of the reasons why today in America, for the first time in 35 years, we have more businesses closing than starting. The second thing you do is you reform our tax code to make us globally competitive. We do not have a globally competitive tax code. We have the most expensive corporate tax rate in the world. We need to flatten that tax code so that no business, whether it's an S corporation or a C corporation, a big company or a small company, no one pays more than a flat rate of 25% on their business income. You allow companies, especially manufacturers, to immediately expense any investment they make into their business in that given tax year, as opposed to have to do it over a schedule of depreciation. These are real substantial changes that will help make America more cost effective. But the one thing that I think you touch on that's very real is the impact of energy costs. Energy costs are one of the highest overhead costs of a manufacturer. America, because of the American innovator, now has access to an abundant, long-term supply of domestic natural gas. It is a clean source of energy. We have an abundant supply of it here domestically, and we should be fully utilizing it. Because if we do, what it will do is it will not just lower the cost of living for the American utility consumer, it will lower the cost of manufacturing. And the lower cost of energy in the United States, in many instances, more than makes up for the competitive advantage that other nations have over us on labor costs or even government subsidies. If we can allow the American manufacturer to be globally competitive through the things I've outlined, but especially through providing a stable, long-term supply of cheap natural gas in a reliable way, there's no economy in the world that can compete with ours. The American worker is the most productive worker in the world. The American innovator is the most innovative people in the world. We just need to give them a chance to compete globally. And it is one of the challenges we face in the 21st century. In the 20th century, there were only a handful of developed economies. Now there are dozens of developed economies, and we have to compete against them. And we have federal government policies that are outdated that are holding us back from being able to compete globally. If we can do that, we can compete with anyone, and we can remain and become an economy that makes things again. Not just an economy that invents things or does things, but an economy that actually makes things again. I don't believe you can have a successful 21st century economy without a robust manufacturing presence, and natural gas and American energy is one of the key aspects that will allow that to happen. You guys have to find the microphone, people, because
Okay.
they're the ones that...
What's your question, ma'am? Yes, I'd like to know how you would address the fact that in Paris right now we're having a conference on the environment, and yet we're the least, I think, among many nations, the least environmentally unfriendly. China and so many other countries you can't even see China right now. There's so much fog. What would you do with that?
Well, the fact is America's environment has grown substantially cleaner over the last 20 to 25 years. That's a fact. I also believe that America should continue to lead the world in the most robust and diverse energy portfolio possible. I want us to lead the world in wind, in solar, in biofuels, and renewables. I want us to be the most energy efficient economy on the planet. I just think it would be reckless and irresponsible not to fully but responsibly utilize our energy resources that we have domestically, like oil, like natural gas, like nuclear energy, which is clean and reliable and we've been using for a long time in this country safely. So I want us to have a robust portfolio of energy resources, and I believe the American innovator will continue to make us not just more efficient but cleaner as well. As involves to India and China and other developing countries, they've made it abundantly clear that they're not going to scale back anytime soon. They signed documents saying they will, but their practices show something very different.
Okay, I'm going to take a question from this side.
How you doing, Senator?
Hi, how are you?
World leaders, as you know, are gathering in France right now for the Paris climate talks, and they all seem to be rallying around carbon taxes and carbon energy. President Obama right now has been talking about carbon tax and putting that language into his Clean Power Plan. That would allow states to comply with this regulation of levying their own carbon taxes. Can we tax our way to lower emissions, is my question.
No, I don't believe. In fact, not only do I believe that, I believe you'll pay the price for it. In essence, what these developing countries are asking America to do is to make itself less competitive. They've argued they're not going to make any substantial changes until they reach our level, or so they say, but they want America to and other developed countries to substantially impose costs on our economy. And here's the bottom line. The more expensive we make doing business in America is, the less jobs are going to be created in this country and compared to other places. I actually believe first of all, America's already substantially cleaner than it was 15 or 20 years ago. I believe the American innovator will continue to make us cleaner. Natural gas is a clean source of energy. We didn't know we had so much of it until the American innovator figured out a way not just to drill straight down, but how to drill sideways. And suddenly we now have access to an abundant supply of natural gas. We should be fully utilizing it. It will allow us to power our utilities. It will lower the cost of living in America, but it will also lower the cost of doing business. If we continue to raise the cost of doing business in America, you will see less jobs created, you will see wages remain stagnant, and you will see millions of Americans continue to be left behind. We have millions of people in this country that are working as hard as they have ever worked before, and they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Because not only does everything cost more, there are more things to pay for than ever before. We need to realize that, that only the private sector can create the better paying jobs that we need for people to have a better standard of living. And we can't make America more expensive. And that's what these things will do. And so that's why I don't support policies that will do nothing to help our environment, but will have devastating impact on Americans, on American workers, and on the American economy.
Next, we're going to take a question from social media. Twitter user Hannah Humphreys from Mount Pleasant would like to know, as president, you would be the chief diplomat of the United States. How would you address, or would you continue to ignore our allies that continue to commit frequent human rights violations? For example, Saudi Arabia frequently executes teenagers simply for practicing free speech.
No, and I don't ignore them now. I've been critical of our allies and especially of our adversaries for human rights violations. I've repeatedly and openly talked about that. I criticized the Secretary of State for traveling to Saudi Arabia and ignoring the fact that in Saudi Arabia women aren't allowed to drive, which is absurd. I've repeatedly said that the United States needs to stand for human rights I also have a record of doing something about it. For example, earlier this year, I passed a bipartisan bill that conditions American foreign aid on recipient countries doing more to ensure that all children receive birth certificates. And you want to know why that's relevant? It's called the Girls Count Act, because there are many societies in the world where girls don't really count. So they never get a birth certificate. You know what that means when you don't have a birth certificate? It means, according to the government, you do not exist. That means you become a likelier target for trafficking. That believes your access to schools and other things are largely diminished. And so what we said in the Girls Count Act is if you want to receive American foreign aid, you must show substantial improvements and real progress in ensuring all of your children are receiving birth certificates. We've done the same on the issue of human trafficking. And every year I argue with the State Department about how they're looking the other way on some of these countries that should be at the upper tier of violations because we don't want to offend them in some other geopolitical issue. I chair the China Commission on Democracy and Human Rights, which looks every year at the systematic violation of human rights that occur in China on a regular basis. I have said that at my inauguration, I will invite democracy fighters and human rights activists from all over the world, including those who live in countries we are allied with, to my inauguration as a clear message that the United States will remain a vibrant and forceful voice in the world on behalf of human rights for all people.
Yes, sir. Back in 1973, Joanne Charzamine, which I'm sure you're aware of, murdered a New Jersey state trooper. In 1984, she escaped from prison after being sentenced. Since, for the past 30 years, she has sought and gained political asylum in Cuba. And now we're opening up ties to Castro's regime, and we're willing to give them economic aid, but not willing to turn over a convicted cop killer. How would you proceed with that?
Well, that's a great point. It's one of the reasons why I objected to these changes. I am not against changes in U.S. policy towards Cuba. I am against unilateral changes in policy towards Cuba that do not result in the sorts of progress on the issues you've outlined. For starters, Cuba is an anti-American communist dictatorship, which harbors both Chinese and Russian intelligence facilities that are used to spy against Southern Command, Central Command, Special Operations Command, all headquartered in Florida, NASA in Cape Canaveral. So that's the first point. The second point is that they are serial violators of human rights. Third is they harbor multiple fugitives of American justice. The situation about the cop killer in New Jersey is just one of them. There are other examples of people they are harboring. For example, Cuba today harbors dozens and dozens of Medicare fraudsters who have stolen your taxpayer money and are living off that money in Cuba, and the government is harboring them. You know how that happens? They come to the United States because of the Cuban Adjustment Act. After a year and a day, they become residents of the U.S. They immediately pay some of them pay people to give them Medicare billing numbers. They run up these Medicare billing numbers. The FBI has told me if they're willing to steal $200,000 a month, we'll never catch them because we don't have the resources to go after all of them. They bill Medicare. Medicare pays them because they're not checking to see if it's true they're delivering wheelchairs and oxygen or providing these services. As soon as someone is about to catch them, they get on an airplane and fly back to Cuba with millions of dollars in tow, and they live there like kings for the rest of their lives. They are harboring dozens of people that have committed that sort of fraud, and they've stolen your money from a program that's already going bankrupt. They have stolen your money. Cuba harbors them as well. Every Sunday, the ladies in white march in Havana, and they are the mothers and wives of political prisoners in Cuba, and every Sunday they are rounded up, they are beaten, they are spit upon, they are jailed on a constant basis. So what did this president do? He opened diplomatic relations to Cuba and asked for nothing in return. How different has that been from what he did with Burma? With Burma, we actually required that they do things. And about 2 weeks ago, Burma's not perfect. They have a long way to go. But 2 weeks ago, they actually had elections in Burma, and they couldn't steal enough votes, and so the former opposition party is now in the majority. They are moving towards some level of democracy and opening in Burma with a long road ahead of it because it wasn't a unilateral opening. This is a complete unilateral opening. Meanwhile, the United States freed not 3 murderers, 3 killers from our jails. You know what these 3 killers did? They spied on the U.S., on Americans here. They delivered information to the Cuban government, which the Cuban government used to shoot down the Brothers to the Rescue aircraft. These were unarmed civilian airplanes over the Straits of Florida in international airspace who were just flying over that to identify rafters and call in the Coast Guard to save their life. And the Cubans, based on the information these killers gave them, shot down those airplanes, unarmed civilian Cessna aircraft. They were in jail in the United States. We released them. We sent them back to Cuba. We made all of those concessions in exchange for absolutely nothing. To this day, not just that cop killer, but dozens of fugitives of American justice are hiding in Cuba, some of them who are living off of the tax dollars they stole from you.
I have about 3 questions, all closer to home. One thing, I would like to know how we can take our country back. It seems that all of our politicians are in the pockets of big companies, like drug companies, insurance companies, whatever, oil companies. And they make our decisions. I don't think there's any question about it. And number 2, I would like to see term limits for senators and congressmen. If they have had 2 terms and have done nothing, shown no cooperation, done nothing for us, why do we keep paying them? It would be easy to balance our budget if we sent the people home who did nothing for us. Oh, and the third one, I would like to see marijuana legalized. For this reason, people who live in Charleston can get drugs on any street corner. We could collect tax if they were legal and help get our deficit under control. And we could clean out our jails and put real criminals in jail, because there's not much difference in smoking marijuana than drinking alcohol. And alcohol, during Prohibition, the percentage of alcoholics was the same as it is today. That goes to show that all this tax we're getting on alcohol is usual.
Well,
thank you.
Okay, well, you can. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I don't, and it's a long conversation, but I don't agree on the legalization of another intoxicant. This country already pays a terrible price for alcohol and alcohol abuse, not just in health costs, in traffic accidents, and broken marriages, and ruined lives. When you legalize something, you're sending the message that it's not that harmful. And the fact of the matter, it is harmful. It is a more powerful carcinogen than tobacco. I don't understand why they don't sell. The same people who want to ban tobacco sales at Walmart or Walgreens or CVS are in favor of legalizing marijuana that has much more powerful levels of carcinogen, but it also is an intoxicant. And we already are paying a terrible price for intoxicants in this country, but obviously we can disagree on that issue. On the other 2, I generally agree with that. On the second point about term limits, I've always supported term limits, and in fact, at home, I'm not running for re-election, I'm running for president, so I have my own self-imposed term limits, so there you go. We had term limits in Florida, 8 years. That's why I left the Florida legislature, and the world didn't end, and the sky didn't fall, and better people replaced good people in many instances. On the first point, the best way to shrink the influence of powerful interests on government is to shrink the size of the government. If you go anywhere in the world, I promise you that if you go to a country where the more the government dominates the economy, the likelier it is that the same families and the same companies have dominated that country generation after generation. And here's why. The more control government has, the more people who influence government have power. The smaller the government is, the less people who have influence over government have power. And that's a fact. You talked about 2 industries in particular. Pharmaceutical costs is a complicated issue, but it's a real issue in this country. And there are a lot of reasons for why drug costs are so high. Sometimes it's because there's only one drug that can cure a disease. They spent a lot of money innovating that drug, and they want to make their money back. And if they can't make their money back with a profit, they're not going to innovate new drugs. The best way to cure that is to ensure that there isn't just one drug that can cure the disease, that there's multiple drugs that can do the same thing. Hepatitis C is a perfect example. There was only one drug that can cure hepatitis C, which was a death sentence not long ago. Now there are multiple drugs that can cure hep C, and suddenly the price dramatically dropped. And you know one of the biggest impediments to bringing competitors into the marketplace? The government. Because the FDA process is so expensive, so complicated, so difficult, not just for new drugs, but to bring a generic to market takes an average of 58 months and millions of dollars in legal fees to bring a generic to market, to bring a drug that's been widely used in treated conditions in Europe to market in the United States, costs millions of dollars and months of wait. And so as a result, we don't have enough choices in pharmaceuticals. The more drugs were available, especially generic drugs, the more competition there would be on drug prices. The broader issue you talk about is one that I always talk about, and it's one that people don't talk about enough. And that is often established industries use the regulatory framework to crowd out innovative competitors. You see that in the sharing economy, but you see that in every industry. Why? Because if you're a big industry, let's say you are a big bank, like Citibank. Citibank spends $1 billion a year complying with federal regulations. They don't like it, but they can afford it. Your local and community banker can't afford to do that, not even as a percentage of their size. As a result, you see an example of how a large established industry uses regulations to potentially crowd out a new competitor, an innovative competitor that's trying to enter the marketplace. At the local level, you see it playing out all over the country. Well, who does Uber fight against in every market they try to break into? An established industry that is trying to use its influence over local government to ensure that a competitor cannot enter the marketplace. So one of the things we need to do is not allow big government to be used as a regulatory impediment to innovation and competition. And that's why I've always argued that the best approach for us is a limited government. The less power the federal government has, the harder it will be for established industries to use our tax code, our regulations, or anything else to game the system for their advantage at the expense of a new and innovative competitor.
This is the last question that we'll be asking by a College of Charleston student.
Thank you. We all know that the Pope recently visited a handful of countries in Africa. Do you think his visit will bring any resolution to any of those countries, specifically the Central African Republic?
Well, I'm not sure the visit will bring any resolution. I certainly think that as a spiritual leader, he will bring life to the fastest growing region of the world for both Catholicism and Christianity. The broader issues in Africa are always... Africa always seems to be the continent of the future. It has extraordinary potential. It's the youngest continent in the world. It has an enormous number of people, young and vibrant and upwardly mobile. And there's real potential. There's real potential for the 21st century to be a century in which Africa finally emerges from a lot of the challenges they face. And let me just close this answer by reminding you of one thing, and that is how much you have done to help change the lives of millions of people in Africa. You may not realize this, but the American taxpayer and the generosity of the American taxpayer has saved the lives of millions of people in Africa through the President's Emergency Fund for AIDS Relief. There was a scourge on Africa where you had literally children, hundreds of thousands of children born HIV infected. That was a death sentence in Africa 15 years ago. The American taxpayer has funded antiviral medications that aren't just saving lives, they're saving the lives of unborn children. That they're now able to lower the viral load to a level where it's not transmitted from the mother to the child. There are literally millions of people alive in Africa because of the generosity of the American taxpayer. Now let me tell you, that is something we should be proud of, but geopolitically that is something that will bear benefit. Because there are people in Africa today that know that the reason why they are alive is because the American taxpayer provided this service. It is not going to be easy to turn them into radical anti-American fighters, knowing that the American public was so generous. And that's just on the American government side, not to mention what the American private sector and the American charitable sector has done for millions of people around the world. So I have hopes for Africa's future. Obviously, there are pockets in Africa that are deeply embedded in civil war and strife, in sectarian strife. We've seen the horrifying incidents. And then there's real promise as well. And my hope is that the 21st century will be a promising era for Africa, and that, for example, we can do more about what China is now doing to exploit the natural resources of that continent, where they basically take over land, import their own workers, take all the natural resources, and then leave nothing behind. And that's one more reason why the U.S. needs to remain engaged and vibrant and active in the world, to ensure that it is our values and not the values of a dictatorship that are the ones that are spreading throughout the planet.
I'm sorry, guys, but we're going to have to finish right here. I'd like to thank Senator Rubio.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you on behalf of the College of Charleston Bully Pulpit Series. Thank you for everyone who came. Please follow us on social media, Facebook, College of Charleston, Bully Pulpit Series, Twitter and Instagram. We are CFC Bully Pulpit, and on Snapchat, CFC BP. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on this Marco Rubio event. We're going to go live now to Iowa, where a Jeb Bush event is just about to start. Stay tuned, guys.
Governor Bush was elected governor, and I saw the depth of his character. I was in Congress when we had a series of hurricanes move through. There are other candidates out there who brag about their response to one storm. Well, in 2004 and 2005, we had Charlie, Ivan, Francis, Jean, and then the next year, Wilma and Katrina all passed through Florida. Charlie, Francis, Ivan, and Jean were in one summer. And I saw this man rise to the occasion to comfort people who had lost everything, to rebuild quickly, and to not be as dependent on the federal government because Florida was prepared. As a farmer, you put away in the good years, knowing that not every year is going to be a good year. Governor Bush put more money into reserves for our state budget. After balancing the budget, put money into reserves and cut taxes every year that he was governor. Now, there are people who aren't farmers or people who are impatient that wondered why he did that. But when we had Charlie, Francis, Ivan, Jean, Wilma, and Katrina, we were glad we had those reserves. And when the economy crashed in 2008, we were glad we had those reserves because future governors didn't have to raise taxes because this man planned for the future. Jeb Bush is the only candidate running for president who is ready to face the difficult world that our children will inherit because of the indecision and the lack of leadership of the last 8 years from the White House. We're in a building that reminds us of the sacrifice that was made so that we get to watch this crazy circus called a presidential campaign. But we also are reminded that that sacrifice is what makes these things possible, and we have to continue to be a leader in the world. And we have to prepare the world and shape the world as a part of the American exceptionalism that I believe that we enjoy in this country. I flew out here so that I could introduce you to my friend, a man of character and integrity, a man who's ready to be commander-in-chief on day one. And a man who is being introduced by an outstanding commercial, my friend, our next president, Governor Jeb Bush.
Thank you all. What's that, Will? Thank you all. We'll let this go by, and then we'll get this warmed up. Thank you, Adam.
My pleasure.
I've not seen this. I'm going to sit down right here. Let's see what this is. So I have no clue what that was. But I appreciate you all coming, and I appreciate my friend Adam Putnam being here. Adam has served now, he's in his second term as Agriculture Commissioner. He's a great leader for the state of Florida. You may remember him as a congressman at the early age, whatever the constitutional requirement is. I think he was in Congress probably when he was 30 or something like that, and rose to the leadership and realized that he could make a bigger difference in the state by running statewide, and he has a bright future. I can promise you that you're going to hear more about Adam Putnam going forward, and I'm honored to have his support. And frankly, I'm honored to have the support of a lot of people I got to serve with. That there are 4 people running from Florida, maybe 5. I don't know if Donald Trump is a resident to avoid New York City income tax. He should be if he isn't. We have 4 or 5 people that reside in Florida, and I'm proud that probably about 90% of the people that worked with all of us in some fashion are supporting my candidacy because they want a leader. They want someone who has proven leadership skills. And whatever my flaws are, through trial and error, I've actually learned how to make tough decisions. And I think we need a steady hand in the White House right now. We're living in perilous times. Think about it. We have a president who believes that ISIS is the JV team and then allows them to create a caliphate the size of Indiana. 25 to 30,000 battle-tested Islamic terrorists. And our president and the likely Democratic nominee can't call it for what it is. They can't even utter the term radical Islamic terrorists in the same sentence. And so all of their policies revolve around something to try to deal with something that they, in their own minds, think doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. There's a caliphate the size of Indiana that wants to destroy Western civilization. They believe that our freedom is our weakness, and they'll exploit it every possible way. And we need a leader to be able to destroy ISIS, not to contain ISIS. 3 months ago, I laid out a plan to do just that. And it was grounded in common sense and grounded in the reality of, first, me recognizing I didn't have all the answers, so I went and sought them out. I had the intellectual curiosity to seek out the best minds to develop a true, meaningful strategy. And I did just that. And 3 months ago, I laid it out. And I believe we could destroy ISIS. And if we did, our country would be safer. And I hope you agree that that's the case as well. I'm sick and tired. I am sick and tired of a president that wants to divide us up. To make himself look good, he's always pushing someone down. If someone disagrees with the Iranian agreement, perhaps the worst negotiated agreement in modern times that legitimizes a regime that is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, that allows them to have at least $100 billion of fresh capital to carry out their aims in the Middle East. They're the mirror image of ISIS in many ways. One is radical Islamic Sunni terrorism. The other is a sponsor of Shia radical Islamic terrorism that believes that anybody that disagrees with signing this deal is in cahoots with the Death to America crowd. This is how the president operates. I hope you don't want to have a divider-in-chief, an agitator-in-chief. I hope you want a commander-in-chief as President of the United States. That's what I believe we need in this country. Someone with a steady hand that understands that American leadership is a force for good in the world. The history is replete of examples of American leadership creating safety and security for ourselves and the world. America still is the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth. You believe that, don't you? I do. We should have someone that's president that believes it. And if we rebuild our military, which I laid out last week at the Citadel, these young men and women that are the majority of which will go serve our country in leadership roles, in front of them, I got to speak about the need to rebuild our military. It's the first priority of government. We need to bring our military into the 21st century. We have pilots today that are older, we have aircraft that are older than our pilots. The B-52, continuing to be an integral part of our military capabilities, first flew when Harry Truman was president. The number of Navy vessels that exists in the arsenal of democracy, truly the greatest Navy in the world where we continue to dominate, is half of what it was the day the Cold War ended. We have antiquated training because we've cut the budget each and every year. The next president's going to have to restore our military strength so that when he speaks, and I would suggest the next president speaks a little less, with a little less grandiosity, speaks with a little more humility, but when he speaks, it needs to be backed up with the fiercest fighting force known to man. And right now, it's been cut back. The next president of the United States needs to recognize that the new threats, apart from Islamic terrorism, exist in many forms, and that we need to be vigilant. Cybersecurity needs to be upgraded. Did you all see the sorry state of affairs that took place with the Office of Personnel Management, in effect the HR office of the federal government? Some inspector general there said that there were real flaws in the security, the firewalls of OPM, and nothing happened. The net result was the Chinese were already inside our systems by the time this inspector general report took place, 6 months prior, and went about their business. And they took 20+ million separate discrete files. including apparently the security clearances of all the people in recent years that have filled out the forms, 100 pages long, chock full of information, sources and methods of people that are trying to covertly keep us safe. This laxity needs to stop. If we're serious about protecting the homeland, then we have to have the defensive capabilities to protect us and protect our grid and protect our way of life, but also the offensive capabilities to make sure that if someone does come in to try to attack us in the cyber world, that they know that we have an offensive capability to have devastating results on their systems. The only way that you can keep the peace is have the strongest capabilities across the board, and I believe we could do that. If we did that, we'll create a more peaceful and secure world. And then maybe we should go about the business of trying to take care of people in our own country. Today in America, Hillary Clinton gives Barack Obama an A for his performance. Really? Think about it. 1 in 10 Americans have either given up working or are unemployed. 1 in 10. We have the lowest workforce participation rate than we've had since 1977. Disposable income in this country is down $2,300 than the day that Barack Obama was inaugurated. $2,300. That may not seem like a lot of money for the folks in Washington that deal with hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, but $2,300 for a family is the decision of whether you can take a vacation, or more importantly, whether you can provide for a rainy day, or more importantly, whether your kid can go to school debt-free, or more importantly, maybe you're taking care of your elder mom who has dementia. Maybe you could take a weekend off and you can be able to afford a caregiver to provide respite care. It matters a lot that we have declining income for the middle class. It is not an A. It is not an A that 1 in 7 people are living in poverty in this country, 6 million more people than the day that Barack Obama was inaugurated. It is not an A that 1 in 5 children is on food stamps. It is a horrible mess. And the way out of it is the way we've always gotten out of messes, which is high sustained economic growth. Unleashing America on this challenge. Not outsourcing this opportunity and problem to Washington. Washington doesn't create prosperity. Washington doesn't create opportunity. Washington can create the environment where people pursue their dreams successfully, and that's what we ought to do. To put it in scientific terms, or biological terms, if you will, we're the host. Washington's the parasite. Parasites don't survive if the host is sick. And right now, we're sick. To restore America's greatness, we need high sustained economic growth. And I've laid out a comprehensive plan to do what Adam mentioned briefly, what we did in Florida. When I was governor, my objective was that personal income would grow faster than government income. I know that sounds like a really, crazy idea. But think about it. If everybody organized their states and local governments and the federal government organized itself that way, government would lessen. It would get smaller naturally. The demands on government would subside. It would do the big things that it has to do and wouldn't try to be all things to all people. Well, we did it. During my 8 years, the state government grew by half the rate of income growth. And disposable income in Florida grew by $1,300 instead of declining by $2,300. Income grew by 4.4%. We had people being lifted out of poverty. Our economy was growing. We led the nation in job growth 7 out of 8 years. You know how we did it? We took on some very powerful interests that liked the way it was. And we won. In Florida, you can fire a government worker for incompetence. I know that sounds like another radical idea, but that's what we need across the board. We need career civil service reform. We need to challenge every aspect of how government works so that we can unleash our own dreams onto this great opportunity of high sustained economic growth where more people would have a chance at earned success. I know we can do it because I've seen how it can be done in Florida. You know what they called me in Florida? Vito Corleone. We vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget, totaling $2 billion, and it brought discipline to the budget process. 8 years of surpluses, 8 years of balanced budgets, 8 years of shrinking government, and 8 years of a flourishing private sector where more people had higher income. That's what we need in Washington. We need to change the culture first in Washington, I hope we'll get a balanced budget amendment. I think the next president needs line item veto power. I think lobbyists ought to be totally transparent about who they're interacting with. There should be complete disclosure of who they're talking to. I think elected officials, when they resign, ought to go back to their communities and not stick in Washington and go out the back door and immediately start lobbying their successors. I'm tired of the complicated nature of Washington. We need to shift power away from Washington, back to our families, back to our communities, back to the states, and we'll get our economy growing again at a faster rate. The final thing I want to tell you is that my core philosophy of limited government and personal responsibility, the traditional conservative approach that has created the most extraordinary growth and prosperity that the world has ever seen, is embedded on one basic principle, and that is that life is divinely inspired. It's a gift from God. That from beginning to end, it should be respected. And that means, in the political realm, of course, that I'm a pro-life guy and that I believe in the sanctity of life. But I also believe in the possibility of life itself. That if we organized ourselves, rather than saying people are liabilities and compel them to get in line so that some foreign entity, in this case Washington, can solve our problems, rather than do that, say that let's try as a nation to make sure that everybody's God-given talents are reached to their full potential. Imagine that. Imagine a country that would focus on that. Our government would look far different. But if you believe like I do that life is a gift from God, then we need to cherish it and hold it up high as examples and celebrate it and be on the side of people that want to be lifted up. Last year I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. She's from Jacksonville, Florida. Denisha grew up in tough circumstances. Her family was disrupted. She was in third grade and she was held back twice in a row. Imagine that. She was angry. People that knew her at the time said that she was really lost and that she was likely to fall through the cracks, like tens of thousands of young people in this country. It happens all over the place. It is a tragedy. No marching in the streets for children that have lost their way that early on. We should have more marching in the streets for people like that, because they are a gift from God and they're not going to reach their full potential. Her godmother found out about the corporate tax scholarship program in Florida. It's the largest voucher program in the country. I took on some really, really powerful interests to create the largest voucher program, the first, the second, and the third voucher program in the country. We turned the whole system upside down. And by the way, public school kids have had the greatest gains in learning in the country, in Florida, because I was a principle-centered governor that would not accept the status quo, which was mediocrity for our kids. And Denisha's godmother found out about this program, and she got to go to a Christian school based on this new program that now is the largest of its kind in the country. I recommend Iowa try it. Public schools will get better if you give more people choices, particularly people of low income. And I know what happened. I didn't see it, but I know for certain what happened. The teacher in that Christian school put their arm around that child, this angry young girl, and said, "I love you. You can do it. Jesus loves you." Because it was a Christian school, I assume she said that too. "You can do this. We're gonna do this together. You're gonna succeed." And probably for the first time in her life, an adult outside her family said that. And guess what? She overcame those 2 years of being held back. She graduated with her age group. She was the first in her family to graduate from high school and college. And Denisha Merriweather last year, when I met her, was in her second year getting a master's at the University of South Florida. If you believe like I do, that life is a gift from God, that it truly is an inspirational thing, then it's incumbent upon all of us, particularly people in public life, to tear down the barriers so the Denishas of the world have a chance to rise up. This is not about the big personalities on the stage. We're electing a president of the United States. We're electing someone who hopefully will have a backbone to make tough decisions. We'll have a heart for the Denisha Merriweathers and everybody in this country. And we'll have a brain to have the creativity to solve problems rather than just talk about them. I believe you're looking at the Republican nominee in 2016 right here. And I believe I'm the one that can beat Hillary Clinton. And I believe with your help and with your prayers, we can restore America's greatness, we can create safety and security, and we can create a right to rise society. I asked for your help on caucus day on February 1st. I've been told Commissioner Putnam is a weatherman in Florida. He's already predicted it's going to be a balmy night on February 1st. I hope that you'll come support my candidacy. I would be honored to have your help. Thank you all very much. There's a mic right there and a mic right there. And it's snowing. Someone told me this white stuff that's falling down, that's snow, isn't it? Yes, sir. Is that Yale Community College?
I was there with your brother.
You were?
And I was Secret Society brother with your late cousin, Prescott Bush III.
Uh-huh.
Yep, so I know the Bushes.
Fantastic.
You know what I call the Middle East?
What do you call it?
I call it the Middle Mess. That was why your dad didn't overthrow Saddam Hussein. Your older brother took a different route. Okay? And now it's more of a mess. If you became president, what are you going to do to make sure it doesn't become messier?
So the lessons learned, I think that's kind of the question. Lessons learned of the past.
Could you repeat the question?
No, everybody heard it. You heard the microphone. It's a great question. Lessons learned of the past. I think the best example of a leader that started something, made clear what the objective was, completed the task with awesome force, with a fierce fighting force where there was no doubt who the winner was going to be, completed the task and left. And did it with a coalition that truly was a coalition. This president talks about coalitions as though, I mean, he's got 60 countries supporting him. There's no strategy. There's no coalition that's acting. It's just everybody goes to meetings and talks about things. In the case of my dad, Operation Desert Storm was successful because he mobilized the world community, including Russia and China. Saudi Arabia allowed the infidels to land on their land. It never happened before and may not ever happen again. And the strategy was clear and convincing. It was decisive, and his word was kept. He did not go further than taking Iraq out of Kuwait, which was the objective. And we won and we left. And the costs and burdens for the American families and for the American taxpayers was minimal. That kind of strategy where you think about what the objective is to its completion, and you're not improvising there's going to be changes in strategy as you go along, but you have a clear beginning, decisive force, and a clear end with a clear objective that you bring the world together. That's how America does it best. And I think as it relates to ISIS, that's exactly what we have to do. We have to be clearly engaged because, but for us who's going to be there? Who's going to lead this effort? It's not going to be the French. It's certainly not going to be the Russians. As we've pulled back, their interests are recreating their presence in the Middle East. 1973, the Soviets were kicked out of the Middle East by Richard Nixon, by Sadat in effect, but by the support of the United States. And we've had a good ride in providing security and safety because of their departure. Now their engagement creates a lot more conflict. You can't count on them. We have to do this. And it requires our leadership, and there should be a clear and compelling strategy. It should be decisive in its efforts, and we should win. And we move on to the next event. We don't prolong our efforts. There may be the need for a security force. We have security forces in Korea. It worked out pretty good. In Europe, it worked out pretty well. In Japan, there may be the need for America's military presence, but not as an occupying force. And I think that's the lesson learned. Does that answer your question? Yes.
Hi. I'm concerned about China and our relationship there, particularly their attempts to manipulate the currency and their attempts to have their currency become a reserve currency and possibly move into being a major transaction currency, what that would do to the dollar and to our place in the world, particularly our economy. And how would you handle that relationship with China?
So actually the internationalization of the currency will lessen their abilities to manipulate their currency because they won't have control over it. Similarly, like when you're a currency of record where it's freely traded, you lose your ability to manipulate the currency. China has done that in the past, but it is a recognition of their growing strength that they become. The IMF has now granted them this status. And it is a recognition that the United States better get its act together. We have this trading agreement in front of us right now. And if we don't sign it, it sends a signal to the rest, China's not part of the agreement, but to Japan and to Korea and to Southeast Asia, that we're not going to be a player over the long haul. When we pull back in Asia, every step we pull back is a step that the Chinese will move forward. And the trading system in the world, and certainly in Asia, would be changed. The rule of law would change under Chinese dominance. The whole basis of little l liberal democracy and entrepreneurial capitalism would change. You'd have a state capitalist system that would be dictated by China as it relates to Asia. So I think we need to restore our economic growth. The big challenges we face that we can control are twofold, two big ones. One is, I'd say three. One is our tax code is the most convoluted tax code in the world. We have the highest corporate tax rates. We have these inversions now where U.S. companies, bigger companies are getting bought by smaller companies, relocating. There are billions and billions of dollars overseas that come back. They'll be taxed again because we have worldwide taxation. We're the only country of scale that has that. My plan is to lower corporate rates to 20%, eliminate the deductions, have full expensing of capital investing. So if John Deere wants to expand their operation here because they're selling effectively in Latin America, for example, that they'd have full expensing of that investing. Capital investment in this recovery is the most tepid in any economic recovery, and it's why wage stagnation exists in this country. So change our personal and corporate tax rates, dramatically change how we regulate. We should have a regulatory budget. Every dollar of extra expense from Washington, D.C. should be balanced by a dollar of reduction by the elimination of a rule. Should I be president on my first day in office, I've promised to do three things. One, eliminate diplomatic relations with Cuba, move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and eliminate all of the pending rules that Obama has put in place that are now in the courts. Waters of the United States, the Clean Power Act, the ozone rule, across the Department of Labor rules. These are rules that are stifling our ability to be competitive. I promise you China doesn't have any of these rules. I mean, their problem is perhaps economic degradation, other problems, but they're competitive for all sorts of reasons, and one of the reasons is we're not as competitive as we used to be. And we got to get our house in order before we start telling other countries what to do. And so regulation and taxes is part of that. And then the third element, which is really not necessarily completely a federal issue, is do the next generation have the capacity to achieve earned success? That's a really interesting challenge because people think we're capable, but we have a huge skills gap in this country. Huge. During the Great Recession, 3 million jobs weren't filled because there weren't people qualified to fill them. We better be serious about modernizing our job training programs, revolutionizing our education system, improving the number of people that can graduate with a 4-year degree in 4 years, lessening the debt load on young people so that they can begin the process of getting the first rung on the ladder. The next generation is not nearly as competitive to their peers as our generation was compared to ours. It's not necessarily that they've gone back, but we've flatlined and other countries have catapulted ahead of us. And if we're serious, we better make sure that we make sure people have opportunities to fill the jobs that are unfilled because they're going elsewhere if that doesn't happen. The final thing I'd say is, look, free trade works when you have trading agreements that are enforced. And when there is manipulation of currency, there's a process, and we ought to use every tool available for countries that are taking advantage of our free open society. That means going to the World Trade Organization and trying to get sanctions on countries that do that. Or if they have non-tariff barriers that are against the rules of engagement, to enforce these rules. We have a trading, it's not free trade, it's managed trade in essence, and it has to be enforced. And I don't think our country does a very good job of doing that. Yes, sir.
So is climate change a scam that's foisted on us by the scientific community?
No, I mean, the climate's changing. It's been changing forever. The question is, how much of it is impacted by man? And how much of, and what impact is that? And how long will that impact, when will it play out? I think those questions, in spite of the fact I saw this morning, I was up at 7 o'clock and the president was having a press conference. And he basically says, look, the discussion's over. Anybody that disagrees with my nuanced, sophisticated view is an idiot. It's kind of the translation I read. And I just disagree with that. The idea that 99.9% of scientists believe that this is all decided is just not true. It's true that 99% of scientists think that climate is changing, for sure, but that's not a Captain, brilliant comment. That's a Captain Obvious comment. The climate has always been changing. So what do? Do we destroy our economy so that we lower carbon emissions? Or do we use American ingenuity to reduce carbon? I think the second, obviously, the second point's the best point. We've had a 10% reduction in carbon emissions in the last decade. Are there any marching bands celebrating that extraordinary success? No, you know why it happened, principally? The president laid claim to it in his press conference today. He actually, took credit for it. It's the natural gas revolution that has created a reduction in carbon. Our carbon footprint is the same as it was 25 years ago, and we have 30 to 40 million more people living in our country. We've done our part, and it's the private sector in pursuit of their own dreams that allowed this to happen. Almost less than 15 years ago, companies were building billion-dollar LNG plants to import liquefied natural gas from Qatar and other places around the world at $10 to $12 per thousand cubic feet. Now, domestic natural gas is at $3 per thousand cubic feet, and we have reserves were estimated to be less than 10 years at that point. Now we have over 100 years of supply. And in reality, if the price goes up to $4 or something like that number will go to 150. And it has nothing to do with Obama's policies. And that's why we've seen a reduction in carbon emissions. And it's a principal reason why there's any growth in the economy. I would prefer having the federal government not mandate how we hollow out the industrial core so that more and more jobs go overseas. And by the way, the simple fact is you shut down a plant here, it's going to locate in China or locate in Mexico where the carbon footprint for the same output is actually higher. You eliminate the XL pipeline, you think you're doing, great job for humanity. They're going to build the pipeline and they're going to ship it to China where the carbon footprint is higher, and we lose economic power, they gain economic power, and the carbon emissions are higher. This is a fool's errand to be able to pursue this. It'll be great amongst the elites. But the simple fact is, the hard challenge is, how do you do this and maintain our quality of life? And I think the way you do that is to not pick winners and losers by having a venture capital arm inside the Department of Energy. That was a complete disaster, Solyndra being the prime example. But let the marketplace decide what the next generation of energy is, and allow the disruptive nature of a free society to create a more accelerated approach to that. The federal government's role is to spend money on basic research, the long-term research that only the federal government could do to assist in finding the next generations of energy and to help local communities prepare for the possibility of a changing climate having a problem. President Obama said today, brought up to something, this is crazy, that the streets of Miami are flooded and there are fish flowing on them. I live there, man. I don't know what he's talking about. Do we have a challenge if the sea level rises 3 or 4 or 5 inches? Of course we do. And we should adapt to that. And if there's a problem here, then there should be adaptation at the local level, and the federal government can play a role in providing support for that. But we shouldn't turn our whole system upside down for something that I think is not as important as destroying ISIS. I would put my priority there. Yes, ma'am. Here's the mic. Ask it again.
How do you feel about allowing Syrian refugees into the U.S.?
I think that the president made a mistake thinking that Republican governors and Democratic governors were wrong to actually ask for a pause in the action here. I think it's more than appropriate because of this new reality that it's possible that Islamic terrorists can embed inside of refugee communities. We saw that in Paris. Very visible and tragic what happened. And so I think having a pause where the administration makes it clear what additional measures are being taken to make sure the screening is proper and effective. That's the first thing that we ought to do. Secondly, I believe that it's pretty clear if you're a Christian in the Middle East, your life expectancy is pretty short. I'll just tell you a personal story. My daughter-in-law, her parents are from Iraq. They're Iraqi Christians. She was born in Canada. And so I follow this carefully. Her mom's a beautiful woman. She's in Miami right now, and so we've talked about this. Mosul was a Christian city. It's a Muslim city, but with a pretty significant Christian population. And for 1,400 years, Mass was given, and no longer is. If you're a Christian in Iraq or a Christian in Syria, you're going to be beheaded, enslaved, raped. If you're a religious minority in the Middle East, you got serious problems. And you can't be put in refugee camps because the danger there for Christians is equally bad. And so I have said that we ought to have a special focus on Iraqi and Syrian Christians that are, but for God's grace, are going to be wiped out. And I think we have a role to play there that's different. I got, Obama personally mentioned that that is un-American to say that. It isn't un-American to say it. By the way, refugees, the whole law as it relates to screening refugees requires screening for religious purposes. And a Christian is not an Islamic terrorist. That part I kind of know. I just, that you can pretty much take for granted. We should screen people, but ultimately the final answer to this is creating safe zones in Syria. That's what we have to be doing. Only America can lead in this regard. If you create safety zones there where people are protected and you are allowing the building up of a Syrian-based army that will lead the fight with our leadership and support, that is the proper approach to deal with this. Because if not, the world's going to be dealing with millions of refugees stuck in camps that are breeding all sorts of problems for the next 2 generations of time. Yes, sir.
Appreciate what you said about pro-life. I have a question about Terri Schiavo.
Yeah.
Tragically, she was killed when you were governor. I've read that you sent state troops, at one point sent state troopers there to rescue her or to bring her some kind of protection, and they were turned back.
No.
And ultimately she was killed. And I'm just wondering, a crisis is a test. And in that one, it happened, I agree with the intervention, but it did not go far enough. As you look back at that, do you regret how you handled that situation, and what else could you have done?
Great question. Does everybody know about the Terri Schiavo case? It got national attention. No? It's a woman whose husband who collapsed and was unconscious. Some people believe she was in a persistent vegetative state. Others disagreed with that. And her husband actually got an award, a medical malpractice award, to provide care for Terri Schiavo, and then shortly thereafter decided that he wanted to take another path in his life and began the process of trying to take away her food. And this court case went on for a while. We first intervened by passing a law that allowed for the state to become the protector of her, whatever, the guardian of her, and that lasted for a year before the state Supreme Court ruled that unconstitutional. The federal government intervened, and that was ruled unconstitutional. And our law did not, basically the Constitution of the state of Florida required, compelled, allowed a judge to take the feeding tube out of her, and she died of starvation for 13 days. I took every step I could take within the Constitution of the state of Florida. I did not take any steps that would violate the Constitution, the United States Constitution or the Constitution. And trust me, brother, I was criticized far more on the other side of this debate than you're the first person, actually, that I've seen that suggested I didn't go far enough. Trust me. And it broke my heart that a person whose parents would have taken care of her and loved her with their heart and soul, without state support, that was the commitment, were not allowed to do that. It was heartbreaking to see it. And the notion that somehow, people were saying, well, you can starve to death and you're in this condition, you won't feel it. I called neurologists and people that actually are experts on this. They said it is the most excruciating pain that you can imagine. So I can assure you this was a very, very difficult time, and it breaks my heart I was not successful. But when you put your hand on a Bible to swear to uphold the laws and the Constitution of a state, or if you're President of the United States to do it, you better be serious about that as well, because the rule of law in this country continues to be something that keeps us extraordinary and exceptional. And I did everything I could. It didn't work out, and it does break my heart. Yes, sir. Then we'll go over here. I haven't seen anybody raise their hand over here, so someone's got the urge. You're next.
Do you think a vice president could be given more governmental power and duties to help the president? I always feel that he's more of a token, but I think it would be a good idea, like in a football team, to give someone more power and more duties to orchestrate different things within the government.
I don't think you need to change the Constitution. I think a vice president should be a team player. I mean, they should be completely as part of the team. There are great examples of that. Perhaps the best example is that of Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, where my dad played a integral role, to the point where I think it was every Tuesday or every Wednesday they had lunch. My dad had a rule that he would never say what they talked about, but they had this relationship built on mutual respect and trust, and ending up, I think after a while, just more than that, I think my dad loved Ronald Reagan, that his loyalty was proven out, and as a result, he was given responsibilities that allowed him to really add value to the relationship. That kind of relationship, I think, is really important. And should I be elected president, I would have my vice president. I think she will be a great partner. I mean, did I say that out loud? We always talk about this with one gender in mind. I think we're reached the point, I think, in our country where maybe we should be a little less gender specific about this. He or she should be an integral part of the team. And frankly, the one important element of selecting a vice president candidate is whether he or she is qualified to be president. Everything else is secondary. It's important, but it's truly secondary. The one problem you can get into is if there's a perception that your vice president is not capable of being president from day one. That has to be an element of this. And by that very nature, if you're picking someone that is qualified and is perceived to be qualified that way, you automatically, I think, assume that they'll be taking more responsibility. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm just saying, I'm seeing that that's an issue that, there's a lot of downside for vice presidential candidates. They don't have an easy job, and there's not much upside.
I want to get into trouble.
You want me to get in trouble?
Yeah, I know.
Anybody over here? Yes, sir.
There's a lot of candidates out there. When this first started, and it still is, I think the reason I'm here, I gravitated towards you is the leadership, but also you seemed, and I'm not sure if this is a good word, a compassionate conservative. It seemed like you care about people. and things associated with it. I've watched the debates, and I maybe you said this before, but I've not heard before the three things that you would do when you were president. And I don't want to ask this in a bad way, but it seems to me like, so Cuba. Well, that might be important to a small segment of the population. For me, it's not important.
Right.
Moving the embassy, again, may be important to a small segment, but not important to me. Now, the job growth and those things is important to me, and I think it's important to a lot of people. I guess what I'm interested in is there seems to be, and it seems to be documented, there's a huge gap, and it's growing between the very, very wealthy and the people that aren't.
Yep.
So I guess it's a long ways to come to. What are some specific ideas other than give big business a tax break to lessen this gap associated with it?
So first of all, I was answering the question on day one. So that's the afternoon. And just to make my point about Cuba, it may be more important to me than to you. I respect that. But it's a signal of that your friends are your friends and you have their back. And your not so much friends need to earn that friendship by their actions. And that's the signal of moving to Jerusalem and moving back to an interest section rather than an embassy. So just wanted to clarify that. But the first objective, I think, of the next president is to forge consensus again about solving these big problems. And I talked about ISIS being one of those. Foreign policy, we got to get back in the game. Our leadership is really missing, and that's why I think we have such an insecure situation. Domestic policy requires working with Congress. And so whatever the policies are, and I think tax policy is one of those places where you give people a chance to keep, have more of their income. Entitlement reform is going to be one of those things because the next generation, beyond 10 years out, effectively, that people that have it today, we can preserve and protect it. But 15 years from now, people expecting it aren't going to have it, not in the form that we have. If we do nothing, there will be cuts in benefits for Social Security that are roughly equal to 25% of the benefits. That's the law. Doing nothing is not an answer. So we have to figure out a way to forge consensus there. And across the board, that requires, other than regulations where a lot of this can be done by executive order,
World AIDS Day, a statement recognizing the millions of people who are still impacted by HIV/AIDS.
Okay, folks, the stream went away and they cut over
to achieving an AIDS-free generation
to the State Department.
The AIDS epidemic once and for all by the year 2030.
What we're going to do, folks, is just switch away from that. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Coming up on just 8 minutes away from the afternoon. Almost noon here in Arizona. Glad everyone can be part of this stream. We do have another live event that we do want to take you to. This is coming from Montgomery, Alabama, where Hillary Clinton is at a National Bar Association event happening right now. Let's head to that event now.
We know represented Dr. Martin Luther King and the plaintiffs in Browder versus Gale. So he represented also, as you know, the victims of the Tuskegee syphilis study and was the president of the National Bar Association. I'm telling you, he deserves that medal. Fred, it was people and attorneys like you who inspired me into going into law. Now, I'm not like a lot of the other speakers who knew at age 7 and at age 2 that they wanted to be lawyers. Because the only lawyer I knew was Perry Mason in black and white. And it took me a while after reading and learning, and there are some heroes in my hometown too that I'll talk about in a minute. But you know, we are here to honor so many others, ministers and ordinary folks, but today, especially lawyers who put their lives and careers on the line, and they've only been given an asterisk in the history books. concerning their role in the civil rights movement. So when we think about the plaintiffs in Browder versus Gale, Claudette Colvin, Aurelia Browder, Susie McDonald, and Mary Louise Smith, who risked so much to ensure that democracy would come not just to Montgomery, but to all of America. Did you hear those names? All women. And so, as we think about these women plaintiffs, I'd like to talk about a few women who were involved in the civil rights movement. Legends such as Constance Baker Motley, who was the only woman on the legal NAACP team for Brown versus Board of Education. She also served as the lead counsel for James Meredith in bringing about the integration at the University of Mississippi. I want to talk to you about Juanita Mitchell. You may know some of her relatives, her husband Clarence Mitchell, and her brother-in-law Perrin Mitchell, who fought racism and segregation in my hometown of Baltimore. And one of her best-known cases was Bell versus Maryland. And Bell was then a 16-year-old in 1960 involved in a sit-in in the Baltimore restaurants that served whites only. He became the lead plaintiff in the case that ultimately pushed the country toward desegregation along with all of the other cases. And if you knew anything about Juanita Mitchell, the more angry she was a big hat wearer. The more angry she became, the more involved in the case, the bigger the brim in her hat became. And Robert Bell ultimately became the chief judge of the Court of Appeals in Maryland. And then there's Frankie Muse Freeman, my sorority sister, who was the lawyer for the NAACP in 1949, who filed suit against the city of St. Louis, and later was the lead counsel in 1954 in the landmark case Davis versus the St. Louis Housing Authority. There are many, many other women lawyers, and some on the rise, like our Congresswoman over here, and our former U.S. Senator, Secretary of State, women leaders who are on the forefront. And 20 years ago, Beijing, where you declared human rights is women's rights. And we have to remember that. That's not the exact words. I'm a little nervous right now, but you get the message. So this seminal work of these individuals laid the groundwork and expanded human and citizenships not only for African Americans, but also for all Americans. And we really laid the groundwork so that some of the benefits that we see going on now happening for so many other people was because of the work of lawyers early on in the civil rights movement. We honor a lot of them today, and so many who are now leading the charge. It's an honor to be among leaders of today, such as I mentioned, our Congresswoman Terry Sewell, our people who are leading like our Montgomery Mayor Todd Strange, and our Tuskegee Mayor Johnny Ford. You know, we honor all of our members of the National Bar Association, including all of our past presidents. I thank you personally for being on the front lines, and to our current president, Mr. Benjamin Crump. You are the quintessential representative for young lawyers and an example for what it is we must do to pay it forward for these giants on whose shoulders we stand. You represent the next generation of civil rights lawyers. You know that. We all know that. And it's a surprise that we're also honored today by the presence of Secretary Hillary Clinton. Now, I have to tell you, as president of the American Bar Association, I cannot make any political endorsements. But I can tell you that she served as the first chair of the Commission on Women of the American Bar Association. Which issued a report in 1988 showing that women lawyers were not advancing at a satisfactory rate, and P.S., they're still not. In 2013, the ABA was honored to award Mrs. Clinton with the ABA Medal, our highest honor in recognition of her distinguished service by a lawyer to the cause of American jurisprudence, an award that was so well deserved. Thank you. And we thank you for your leadership. For those who have fought and those who continue to fight on, your courage, your organization, your discipline, your legal acumen show the nation that the world that African Americans had not only the will, but also the capability to rise above any form of subrogation. And decades later, your success here continues to inspire all of you and offer hope for new generations, people both home and abroad. The Montgomery bus boycott was more than a singular event. It was an existential moment in American time that links people, places, and movements to one another. Thus, its impact reverberates still nearly 6 decades later, with the growing presence of people of color and others now taking seats at the American table. That is not to suggest that we don't have a lot of work to do. We've got sentencing reform to work on. We've got to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. We've got a lot of work to do. And as my hero, Charles Hamilton Houston, once said, he said more than the parasite. All of our struggles must tie in together and support one another. We must remain on the alert and push the struggle farther with all of our might. So thank you, Fred Gray, and all of the unsung heroes of the civil rights movement that's ongoing for your courage and inspirational leadership in the struggle for civil and human rights. And thank you, Mother Parks, for having the courage to sit down so that I and so many others today in this room and around the world can now stand up. Thank you so much.
As we continue our program this afternoon, it is indeed a pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He's a native of North Carolina, born not far from Fort Bragg, grew up in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, graduated in 1992 from Florida State University, received his law degree 1995 from Florida State University. And you may have already seen him on CNN or MSNBC because of all of those high-profile cases that he has taken on. But what you may not have heard is that he does not shy away from pro bono work. A couple of months ago, Attorney Fred Gray and I were talking on the telephone, and he said to me, "You know, I never set out to make money in practicing law." And I'm saying in introducing our next speaker that we do have in legal circles attorneys who are not just there to make money, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the National Bar Association, Benjamin L. Crump.
And I was happy when they said unto me, let us go into the house of the Lord. To the great shepherd who leads this historic Dexter Avenue Baptist Church that introduced the world to Bernice's father, Reverend Handy, we thank you for your hospitality. We thank all your staff for opening up your doors so we can revisit history. And to another great faith warrior in her own right, my dear friend, Reverend Dr. Bernice King, who in the aftermath of the Trayvon Martin verdict offered me the advice and counsel that I'm sure, had her father been with us, would have offered that same advice, and I am eternally grateful. And to all these great barristers in the pulpit with us today, Attorney Paulette Brown, but she's not just an attorney, she's the past president of the National Bar Association. But she's not just the past president of the National Bar Association. See, these people up here are trailblazers. And you lawyers all over America, not just in this church, know what trail she blazed when she became the first African-American woman to be president of the American Bar Association. A phenomenal woman. And to Attorney Terry Sewell. Now, she's just not an attorney. Harvard-educated lawyer, went to school with a young man named Barack Obama in law school. Before that, she went to school with a sister, an undergraduate named Michelle Obama, and came back home to Alabama to blaze a trail, history makers. The first African-American woman from the great state of Alabama to represent this state in the U.S. Congress. And what can be said about Attorney Fred Gray? Certainly, he's not just an attorney. You know, Fred is a civil rights leader beyond the courtroom. You know, he represented Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. You also should know that he represented the victims of the Tuskegee experiment. He represented so many unnamed people in Selma, in Macon County, Alabama. He's just not an attorney. He is a trailblazer of trailblazers. And certainly, Mr. President of the Alabama Bar Association, that was documented when he became president of the Alabama Bar Association that years earlier had tried to disbar him. And so I can go on and on about Fred Gray, but this was his vision. And I want to give credit where credit is due, to on the 60th anniversary, to talk about the role lawyers played in the civil rights movement. Thank you for your vision, Mr. Gray. And then Attorney Hillary Rodham Clinton. She's not just an attorney. She is the very definition of a trailblazer, wouldn't you say? She's just not the former First Lady. As you all know, she made history when she became the first former First Lady to become elected senator of the great state of New York. But it didn't stop there, Congresswoman Sue. No. She went on to make history by being the first former First Lady to be appointed as Secretary of State. And as I stand in Dexter Avenue, God willing, come next November, she will be the former First Lady to make history by becoming the first woman to be elected President of the United States of America. Certainly not just an attorney. To all the attorneys, and especially I want to draw attention to the National Bar Association leaders, will all the past presidents of the National Bar Association and my president-elect, Kevin Judge, please stand and be recognized for your great leadership and for whom we stand on your shoulders. And ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters here and beyond, I greet you on behalf of the National Bar Association, the largest association of lawyers of color, representing 66,000 black lawyers, judges, and legal professionals in America and beyond, representing their interests, their concerns, and their opportunities, and especially their causes for which they fight. Many of them unheralded, many of them not known, but we stand here on all those lawyers, young lawyers, older lawyers, corporate lawyers, civil rights lawyers, government lawyers. We stand united. And I just want to acknowledge them who don't get the credit and don't get the fanfare, because being a lawyer is the noblest profession. When you go in the courtroom and you go fight for justice, you go fight for the least of ye. That's what it's all about. So I thank you, lawyers. Now, the National Bar Association is here because children must know what happened here in Montgomery. If we do not know our history, then we are doomed to repeat it. And even worse, if we forget our history, we are doomed to repeat it. So we must remind the world, Attorney Gray, of what happened 60 years ago here in Montgomery. Ladies and gentlemen, lest we forget, it was a 15-year-old girl named Claudette Colvin, a seamstress from Tuskegee, Milford, named Rosa Parks, a Pullman porter named E.D. Nixon, a school teacher named Joanne Robinson, a couple of preachers, Bernice, named Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy, and a courageous young lawyer named Fred Gray Carroll, who still was wet behind his ears, who organized their neighbors and started a bus protest. And together they launched what would become the modern day civil rights movement and change the United States of America and make the world better for all of our children. They were simply ordinary people doing extraordinary things. You know, Reverend King, the children should know that because of what happened here in Montgomery, another young lawyer named Nelson Mandela on the other side of the world dared to change his nation because of what happened here in Montgomery. The role of lawyers, Senator Clinton, young girls need to know about a lawyer from your state of New York named Constance Baker Motley, who along with Thurgood Marshall was an architect in the landmark case of Brown versus the Board of Education and became the first African American woman to be a federal judge. Little girls need to know that, and we got to tell them. And that's, Attorney Gray said, that's why we're here. Simply ordinary people doing extraordinary things. We all have the capacity to do extraordinary things to make the world better for our children. Well, Attorney Crump, are you saying it's easy? No. Attorney Gray would tell you it was very hard. They had to endure many sacrifices and much suffering. But we know here in Dexter Avenue Baptist Church that all things work together for good for those who love God and, y'all know, and those who are called according to his what? Amen. And so, I think about ordinary people doing ordinary things, and Yvette, the best example I know is my mother. You see, it must be because my mother raised my two brothers and I as a single parent in the government subsidized housing projects of North Carolina, Dr. Bailey. And I watched her work 2 jobs to make sure she kept a roof over our head, food in our stomachs, and hope in our hearts. And I concluded early on that women are the strength and the fabric of our society. And as I got older, I realized throughout history, women have fought fearlessly, Paulette, as civil rights leaders, but it's too often that their names and accomplishments have been excluded from our collective human history. We have the name of one of those women, Rosa Parks, a seamstress, brave enough to weave together the fabric of a better society, a society more equal for African Americans, a society more equal for women, that in turn has elevated the rights of each person that lives in our great nation. From the inception of my career, I have fought for women. Even before Trayvon, I represented a lot of strong, courageous women. And I fought for them because they reminded me so much of my mother, who wouldn't make excuses, who only wanted a better life for her children. And even now, I watch my wife, Dr. Janae Angelique Crump, enter her profession and realizing the challenges she faces as a black woman are different than the challenges I face as a black man. It's a double matrix of oppression to be born black and to be born a woman. I work daily to try to understand the differences that she faces, and though it is impossible for me to fully comprehend that double matrix of oppression, God has recently placed a new lesson in my life. And we know in every lesson, Carlos, there is a blessing, and that blessing for me is named Brooklyn, my 3-year-old daughter. Senator Clinton, already at 3 years old, and I know you have a granddaughter, so you may know what I'm talking about. Already at 3 years old, she is stubborn, defiant, opinionated, and focused. Now, adjectives, if used to describe a woman 60 years ago, would have been said in a negative connotation in an effort to break her spirit. But because of the courageous women like Rosa Parks, like Paulette Brown, like Yvette Simmons, like Terry Sewell, like Miriam Wright Elderman, and yes, like Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton, those adjectives can be said with a sense of pride to empower women to step forward and claim their position of leadership and their rightful positions to achieve the highest leadership positions in our nation to continue building the fabric of our society. In the next year, I look forward to watching my daughter Brooklyn watch Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton take her rightful place in the House, the White House. When I was a little boy, it was nothing more than a dream to me to think a black man could ever be president of the United States. A dream is but a reality waiting to be written. President Barack Obama realized the dream so many people in this nation had long had. I pray that my daughter has the same opportunity to watch the dream of a woman becoming president of the United States of America, where it can be manifested into her reality. And when that glass ceiling is shattered, Senator Clinton, my daughter's dreams will be free to manifest in her own destiny that God has for her with no limitations, whether objectively, subconsciously, or any other way, because we will have seen it done next November. So, in conclusion, I remind you all that we are here to reaffirm our oath. See, all us lawyers, we swear to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And it was another one of my personal heroes, Justice Thurgood Marshall, who said that the basis of the American Constitution is simply this, that a black baby born to a black mother, the poorest black mother, the most uneducated black mother, the most inarticulate black mother, born in a state like Mississippi, has the same exact rights as a white baby, born to a white mother, Miss Miriam, the most educated white mother, the most affluent white mother, the most articulate white mother. just by virtue of drawing its first breath as an American. Now, Justice Marshall said, I know that's not the case in America today, but I challenge anybody to say that's not a goal worth fighting for. I challenge anybody to say that's not what makes America the great beacon of hope and justice for all the world to marvel. So when we stand up and we fight for the Trayvons and the unknown Trayvons of the world, when we fight for the least of ye, what we're really doing, brothers and sisters, is helping America live up to its creed of being this great beacon of hope and justice for all the world to marvel. And I know that this next speaker is a great attorney who understands the value of an oath. And I know when she takes that oath in November, she's going to continue to fight for the least of ye. She's going to fight for my little girl Brooklyn's dreams and your little girl's dreams. She's going to fight for all of America, not just white America, not just rich America, but for the United States of America. So, I know this on good accord, Mavis, because she was trained by a good NBA lawyer named Miriam Wright Elderman. And I know she trained her right. And I know she's going to keep that oath. So will you all please help me welcome a lady who is going to take the oath. And she's going to live up to that oath. And she's never going to forget that oath. The next president, the first in history to be a woman, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh, my goodness. I've never been to a revival quite like this one. I'll tell you what, especially a revival lifting up lawyers. Honest to goodness, my heart was beating faster and faster. Thank you. I'll tell you what, I have to say to President Crump, if this lawyer business doesn't work out for you, I imagine there's a church or two that might call you to the pulpit instead of to the bar. This is the day the Lord has made. Honestly, wow. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And I have to thank all of you for the great honor of participating in this anniversary tribute. What a wonderful idea, Attorney Gray, as so many of your ideas have been over the years. I listened very carefully as several speakers pointed out that it would be more than appropriate for Attorney Gray to receive a certain Presidential Medal of Freedom. Well, I'll tell you, I've already written the president telling him I think that's a good idea. And I've already got the Congresswoman to agree that when she goes to the Christmas party at the White House, she's going to raise that not just with the president, but importantly with Mrs. Obama. It is such an honor to be here, and I want to thank everyone for this invitation, and I particularly want to recognize a few people who are with us, starting with your Congresswoman, whom I've had the great privilege of getting to know and working with and looking forward to be a partner with her. I want to acknowledge Mayor Strange. Thank you for having us here in your city. And Chairman Dean of the Montgomery County Commission, thank you. Mayor Ford of Tuskegee, thank you so much. I also want to thank Reverend Handy for opening up this historic church to us today. And I had a chance to visit with Reverend and Mrs. Handy, and indeed, he was called to this church. And I am looking forward to working to support the kind of mentoring and outreach programs that he is putting in place here. We need more of that for more of our children. And I am so pleased that Paulette Brown could be with us today. Those of us who know of her career and her rise, first through the NBA, then through the ABA, really hold her in such high esteem. And I thank you for your highlighting the many women in the civil rights movement, particularly the lawyers, because, as Ben said, my first job out of law school was for the Children's Defense Fund for Marion Wright Edelman. She was someone who I heard about when I was in law school and saw one day on the bulletin board. There used to be such things in the pre-internet world called bulletin boards. I saw where she was going to be speaking at Yale Law School, where she had graduated and where I was then a student. And I went over to hear her speak, and I was just so impressed. Here's first African-American woman to pass the Mississippi bar, working on behalf of civil rights, but focusing on the needs of children, which to me is the really overwhelming challenge that we face today. I listened to her, and then when she finished, I went up to her and I said to her, I'd like to come work for you this summer. She said, well, that's fine, but I can't pay you. And I said, well, I have to get a job because I'm putting myself through law school. And I said to her, if I can figure out how to get paid, will you give me the job? And she said, well, that's an offer I certainly won't refuse. So I applied for and got a Law Student Civil Rights Research Council grant. It enabled me to go to work that summer. And then when I graduated, I went to work full-time, later chaired the board of the Children's Defense Fund, and to this day, I count myself very lucky having seen that little notice on that bulletin board all those years ago. And I especially am honored to be with the Reverend Bernice King, someone whose moral clarity and call to action is certainly rooted in her father's work, but is uniquely her own. Her voice is one that deserves the closest attention, and I am grateful she is here with us. You know, when I think about a lot of the great names that we have heard today, I am always impressed and, frankly, a little humbled. You know, Attorney Gray is a distinguished man, but he was a very young man when he took on these cases. It is easy now, in retrospect, to somehow assume that the results were foreordained, that the time to end segregation and oppression and inequality before the law was drawing to a close. But I don't think we should ever assume that. It took the courage of so many, and among the most courageous were the lawyers who took on the challenges in the courts and in the streets. Another person I had the great privilege of working with was John Doerr, who argued pivotal voting rights cases while serving in the Department of Justice. and memorably had to step in between police and protesters to stop a bloodbath in Jackson in 1963 after the murder of Medgar Evers. I remember asking John Doerr once, as I was a very young lawyer at the time of this question, "Weren't you afraid?" "Of course I was," he said. "But I was representing the law. I was representing the Constitution. If we don't stand for that in the worst of times, how can we live with ourselves?" Or think about Louis Stokes, who we just lost. He was fighting stop and frisk back in the 1960s. And Elaine Jones, a dear friend who defended death row inmates and helped get the death penalty abolished in 37 states as a lawyer with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I think of judges like Frank Johnson here in Alabama, who took his seat on the bench just a few weeks before Rosa Parks was arrested and struck down the Montgomery bus segregation law as unconstitutional, then did the same for parks and restaurants, restrooms, libraries, airports, and the Alabama State Police. Or his counterpart in Louisiana, Judge Skelly Wright, who overturned dozens of segregation laws there and before Brown ordered LSU to enroll black students. These jurists, like many of the lawyers who were taking these cases, endured death threats and cross burnings. They were reviled by many of their neighbors. They'd walk down a street and see friends they had known since childhood who would turn their backs on them. But they didn't back down because they too believed in the Constitution, in the rule of law. And they knew that segregation was a distortion of justice, not an expression of it. They also knew that sometimes lawmakers get it wrong. And when that happens, it's up to lawyers and judges to make it right. That's what many lawyers felt then, and it's what many lawyers feel now. Our work isn't finished. We do have to pay it forward. There are still injustices perpetrated every day across our country, sometimes in spite of the law, sometimes, unfortunately, in keeping with it. There are still too many Americans, especially too many African Americans, whose experience of the justice system is not what it should be. There are still too many ways in which our laws and our policies fall short of our ideals. So even as we celebrate all that our country has achieved in the past 60 years, we must, in keeping with the legacy of those who have gone before, look to the future and the work that is left to do. We must reform our criminal justice system. It can be, and all too often is, stacked against those with the least power. There is something profoundly wrong when African American men are still far more likely to be stopped and searched by police, charged with crimes, and sentenced to longer prison terms for doing the same things as a white man. There is something profoundly wrong when a third of all black men face the prospect of prison during their lifetimes. Right now, an estimated 1.5 million black men are missing from their families and communities because of incarceration and premature death. And too many black families mourn the loss of a child. I've met with too many mothers who have lost their children, lost to senseless, incomprehensible violence. My heart breaks for them. Many of these women are doing something quite remarkable. They are turning their grief into a powerful call to action for our nation. We can't go on like this. We've got to change. We must strengthen the bonds of trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve. In too many parts of America today, that trust has broken down. Let's remember that everyone benefits when there is respect for the law and when everyone is respected by the law. And as we work to deliver real reforms that can be felt in our communities, there's a lot of good work to build on. Across the country, many police officers are out there every day inspiring trust and confidence, honorably doing their duty, putting themselves on the line to save lives. And many police departments are deploying creative and effective strategies, demonstrating how we can protect the public without resorting to unnecessary force. We need to learn from those examples, build on what works, chart a new course in how we approach punishment and prison. The United States has less than 5% of the world's population, but almost 25% of the world's total prison population. And our country has nearly 1/3 of all the world's women prisoners. The numbers of people in prison are much higher than they were 30 or 40 years ago, even though crime rates are much lower. And of the more than 2 million Americans incarcerated right now, a significant percentage are nonviolent offenders, people held for violating parole or minor drug crimes, or who are simply awaiting trial in backlogged courts. Keeping them behind bars does little to reduce crime, but it does a lot to tear apart families and communities. It's time to change our approach and end the era of mass incarceration in America. And we must do more to address the epidemic of gun violence that is plaguing our country. I consider this a national emergency. The vast majority of Americans, including the vast majority of gun owners, support common sense steps to reduce gun violence, like comprehensive background checks and closing the loopholes that let guns fall into the wrong hands. But even after what we've seen in Paris and in other places, Congress won't even bring up a bill that will prohibit anyone on the no-fly list from buying a gun. Think about it. It seems reasonable to assume if you are too dangerous to fly in America, you are too dangerous to buy a gun in America. And we must get rid of the special immunity Congress gave the gun industry, something that was a mistake, plain and simple, that needs to be reversed. And yes, we must strengthen that most fundamental citizenship right, the right to vote. I thought we'd solved that problem, thanks to many of the lawyers we are honoring today. But unfortunately, there is mischief afoot. And some people are just determined to do what they can to keep other Americans from voting. Now, I know, because I was here at Joe Reed's invitation a few weeks ago about the dispute that's going on in Alabama, where there's a strict new voter ID law in effect. And then a lot of the DMV offices in every single county where African Americans make up more than 75% of registered voters were closed. Now that would make getting driver's licenses and personal ID cards much harder, which in turn would make voting much harder too. The right to vote is so fundamental to our democracy, but it's also about people's dignity. The right to stand up and say, I am a citizen, I am an American, my voice and my vote count. No matter who you are or where you come from, or what you look like, or how much money you have, that means something. As Ben was saying with that powerful quote from Justice Marshall, before the law, we are all to be equal, and in the voting booth, we are all to be equal as well, and that cannot and must not be taken away. And finally, we must be honest about the larger and deeper inequalities that continue to exist across our country. You can't credibly talk about reforming our criminal justice system and strengthening our democracy without also talking about increasing economic opportunity, improving education, giving more support to working families. Our children deserve the best start in life. And we have to do more to make that possible. Now, I do have this most wonderful, amazing 14-month-old granddaughter. And I listen carefully to Ben talking about Brooklyn. And I've got no doubt that he and his wife are going to do everything it takes to make sure she's prepared to pursue her dreams. But I want that for every child. And you cannot credibly pledge to do your part to make our country more just without also being willing to take a look at yourself, at our own lives, our own preconceptions. We each need to do the hard work of rebuilding our bonds with one another. This isn't just about strengthening ties between police and citizens, although that is very important. It's about strengthening ties across society, between and among neighbors, colleagues, even people with whom we profoundly disagree. It's about how we treat each other, what we value together. This is so fundamental to who we are as a nation and everything we could hope to achieve. And you know, those of us who serve in politics or who want to lead our country have a special responsibility to bring Americans together, not pull us apart. And it may be unusual hearing a presidential candidate say we need more love and kindness, but that is exactly what we need right now. Indeed, it's what we have always needed. After the first day of the bus boycott 60 years ago, that evening, thousands of people were jammed in the streets and inside the church when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stepped to the pulpit. If you go back and read what he said that night, of course he spoke about Rosa's integrity, about citizenship, about fairness under the law. And then he started talking about love. Love, he said, is one of the pinnacle parts of the Christian faith. And there is another side called justice. And I love this, especially as a recovering lawyer. Justice is really love in calculation. Justice is love correcting that which would work against love. Standing beside love is always justice. Now, decades after her place in history was secured, Rosa Parks came to Washington to sit with me at the 1999 State of the Union. She looked beautiful in a jewel-colored dress with her head crowned in a long braid, just like in her booking photos the day she was arrested. The entire Congress rose to give her a long standing ovation. To see all of our nation's leaders, Democrats and Republicans alike, united in their esteem for her, when she was once the focal point of perhaps the most divisive issue of our time, well, that was a powerful indicator of how far we had come. Rosa hadn't changed much. She was the same lovely, dignified, determined person she always was. But America had changed. It's always struck me how, depending on the way you look at it, Rosa Parks either did something tremendous or something rather humble. On the one hand, she helped ignite a social movement that sought to finish the work of the Civil War and redeem the promise of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. On the other hand, she finished her shift at the Montgomery Fair department store, took her regular bus home, sat where she and other African Americans always sat, and when the bus driver ordered her to move, she quietly, so quietly, if the bus were still running, no one could have heard her above the engine noise, said no. That's how history often gets made, doesn't it? On an ordinary day, by seemingly ordinary people doing something extraordinary. It's only when we look back that we realize that's the day when everything began to change. That's how it was with December 1st, 1955. I suspect Rosa Parks would be the first to say that what happened 60 years ago today and everything that followed was the result of countless acts of courage and sacrifice by people from many walks of life. And I'm sure she would also, Attorney Gray, acknowledge the critical role that attorneys played. As we look forward, I hope we keep in mind what we can do in days like this to begin to make a difference. Maybe only with a few people, maybe, though, to start ripples that will change history. There's no doubt in my mind that the power of our Constitution, of the rule of law, of the courage of those who fight to uphold it, is one of the great assets the United States of America has. Let us go forth today, challenged to do our part, to make sure that this generation will see the work of justice and equality, as well as love and kindness. I look forward to being your partner in the years ahead. Thank you all very much.
I tell you, sometimes I wonder what's the difference between a lawyer and a preacher. And when the Lord is on their side, not very much. Thank you very much, Secretary, Senator, future President Clinton. For those wonderful remarks. On behalf of the National Bar Association and the Tuskegee History Center, we wish to thank each of you for being here as we celebrated the roles lawyers played in the making of the Montgomery bus boycott and the new civil rights movement that evolved from it. Truly, today, you have been a part of living history. And we cannot leave today without thanking our sponsors who made it possible with their financial contributions to have this public meeting and this conference. Hyundai Motor America, my law firm Greenspoon Marta, Bradley Arendt, Coca-Cola, the Magic City Bar, Alabama Lawyers Association, and Carlos Moore, one of our National Bar Association vice presidents. As we conclude this commemoration at Dexter Avenue, King Memorial Baptist Church, where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was pastor, and where as president of the Montgomery Improvement Association, he delivered the sermon that was the glue to keep the boycott together, it is appropriate that we conclude this public meeting with the benediction from his daughter, Reverend Bernice King.
Well, let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Amen. I just want to say before we pray, my father had an aspiration to become an attorney, and of course the call overtook his life. So I want to say to members of the National Bar Association and even Paulette, the American Bar Association, as his daughter, I fulfilled his aspirations, and I am a part of you as a member of the State Bar of Georgia. So, Yvette Simmons, I am the embodiment of the words you said as a lawyer and a minister. Let us pray. Eternal and gracious, all-wise, all-powerful God, creator and sustainer of all of us. It was 60 years ago that a revolution was started in this city where citizens of color and conscience arose to challenge nonviolently the unjust and inhumane treatment of people of color. And from this, Lord, we saw social and political and legal changes. However, some 60 years later, we still are witnessing the unjust and inhumane treatment of people from a myriad walks of life experiencing these treatments in this nation and in this world. And so, God, as we face the challenges of our era, we pray now for a fresh anointing to address them. We ask, Lord God, that you help us to elect leaders who embody integrity and courage and who are relentless in their pursuit of social justice and civil and human rights. And Lord, as I believe that this is the century of the woman, I pray now that you grant great favor, grace, and anointing to Hillary Rodham Clinton in her pursuit to be the first woman president of the United States of America. And as we leave here today, Lord God, We ask that you grant each and every one of us the faith, the love, the courage, the strength, and even the wisdom to continue the revolution and the movement as we heed your commandment to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with you, our God. And with your help, we have and we shall overcome. In the powerful and matchless name of Jesus the Christ, I do pray. Go in peace and in love.
Can we sing that one more time as one touch another, as we hold to one another and rock as we did 60 years ago? We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
Yeah, you gonna get we gonna make sure that have y'all. We gonna go back down and take the pictures. With the past president. Yes, ma'am. Past president. Okay, past president. Past president. Past presidents, right here. Hey, past presidents, we gotta do it right here. She's leaving. We gotta do it right here. Let's see, who else do we have? Vegas, Kim. Okay. Yep.
All right, guys, looks like this is a wrap on the Hillary Clinton event in Alabama. What we're going to do now is take you on over to the GOP's weekly press conference. This press conference involves Republican leaders within the House of Representatives. You will be hearing from such reps as Kevin McCarthy and Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House.
Good morning, Bill. Morning, everybody. The American people, they sent us here to find common ground and to advance the nation's interests. This week, we will take up two bills that are a product of formal House-Senate conference committees. This is the way things are supposed to happen. This is regular order. This is the committees doing their jobs, members serving on conference committees and hammering out an agreement. And this week, we're going to have a highway bill, which will help families and workers by rebuilding our infrastructure and giving a boost to our economy. And then we will have the education bill, which will help parents and students by returning power to the states and schools through common sense conservative reforms. These are good bipartisan victories that we look forward to delivering on in the coming days. I also want to express my condolences to the families of the victims of Friday's shooting in Colorado Springs. What happened is appalling, and justice should be swift. Clearly, we can do more. And one common denominator in these tragedies is mental illness. That's why we need to look at fixing our nation's mental illness health system. An example, Tim Murphy, Congressman from Pennsylvania, has a bill that is working its way through the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm sure that members of both parties have lots of ideas in this area, but we should make this a priority to prevent the violence and to protect our citizens. With that, the leader.
Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. This week on the floor, we've got a lot of work done. A lot of work to finish up. You have the president leaving Paris, and you also have a contrast. And when the Democrats were in the majority, they tried to pass cap and trade. Many of you wrote the story that was one of the reasons they lost the majority, because the American people were not with them. I noticed what the president is proposing now, a regulatory cap and trade. You'll see a disapproval, not just for the Senate, but in the House as well. One thing that I found that probably the president did not talk about in Paris is a success story in America. EPA did a study on greenhouse gas, CO2 emissions, from 2005 to 2013. Some of the biggest growth times for America when it came to fracking for our natural gas and crude. We lowered our CO2 emissions by 9%. It was the largest of any country in the world. We have proven with innovation and a free market, we can have a clean environment but have a strong economy at the same time. I hope that story gets told. Also on the floor this week, which the Speaker talked about, we found the process is working. When we will have the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and we'll also bring up the Highway Bill, a place where everybody could participate, a conference come, and a plan for the future. There is a difference of where we're able to go, and there's a difference to one side listening to the American people. That's why you also see our task force on Homeland Security meeting again today to talk about the visa waiver program. I know we had a very successful vote, bipartisan, before we departed. I think there's more success to happen to keep America secure, and we'll have that meeting today.
Last week, the president signed an important piece of legislation that we sent to him, the National Defense Authorization Act. There were many important components of that bill that strengthen America's national security. But one of the components in that bill requires the president to put together and lay out a plan to defeat ISIS and to submit that plan to Congress by mid-February. While the president continues to talk about the national security threat posed by global warming, the American people want more focus put on the strategy to defeat ISIS. And in the House, we've been focusing on national security and energy security and jobs in the economy. And this week is no difference. In fact, we're going to be bringing legislation to the floor to continue that focus on all of those different components, continuing to focus on national security, just like the bill we passed 2 weeks ago with a veto-proof majority to actually require vetting of refugees that come to America. But then also when you talk about energy security, not only is it important to our economy, when you look at the architecture of abundance that we're going to be bringing to the floor, but it's important to our allies all around the world. One of the amendments that's going to be brought forward deals with lifting the ban on oil exports. This is something that will not only create thousands of good jobs in America, but actually give us the ability to help our allies around the world who don't want to have to get their energy from Iran or from Russia. Now they'll be able to get that energy from America, creating American jobs and helping our allies around the world at the same time. And then, of course, when you look at some of the regulations that we're going to be addressing with the Congressional Review Act, this new source performance standard, yet one more example of unelected bureaucrats over at the EPA trying to bring forth regulations that will kill jobs in America and increase energy and other costs on hardworking taxpayers who are trying to struggle to get by. That money ought to be in the pockets of hardworking taxpayers so they can buy Christmas gifts for their families, not to send more money to Washington because of radical regulations. So again, good, important legislation the House is moving to focus on national security, energy security, and jobs in the economy.
Well, I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. And it's really, it gives us some time to reflect on the tremendous blessings of being an American and what this country has to offer. And for me, it really is a time to recommit here on Capitol Hill to ensuring that every person has the opportunity to fulfill their version of the American dream. And as we approach the week ahead, there's a number of bills that are really important in that effort. The architecture of energy abundance. And for me, coming from the Pacific Northwest, I always like to highlight the important role that hydropower also plays in meeting important energy needs in this country. Hydropower is clean, it's renewable, it's affordable, it's reliable. You know, we could double hydropower without building another dam in this country, simply by encouraging investment in technology and streamlining the permitting process. And in addition to that, we could create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There's all kinds of bipartisan, common sense solutions. It really is about unleashing Americans and American ingenuity. I'm proud to be a part of what we're advancing this week, making government work better for those that we were elected to represent.
Thank you, Michael. Time and time again, the president continues to govern through regulation, believing the power of his pen is more important than the will of the American people working through their elected representatives here in Congress. The latest executive overreach from the president's administration has been more overbearing and unfair regulation from the EPA. Their new harsh rules stifles job creation and threatens our economy. For example, under the EPA's regulations, electrical utility companies in my district will have to spend huge amounts of money to meet the new bureaucratic requirements. Unfortunately, most of this cost will be passed on to their consumers, hardworking families, and senior citizens in Kansas. That's why we are voting to strengthen our energy security infrastructure and promote job growth by stopping harmful regulations. We'll continue to stand with the American people against these unforgiving regulations of this administration.
I'm honored to be here this morning to talk about H.R. 8, the North American Energy Security and Infrastructure Act. You know, many of America's energy policies have been based on a belief dating way back that America's energy resources were scarce. If this president and his administration has their way, they'll make our energy resources even more scarce, shutting down the coal industry, slow-walking our ability to go after the large reserves of oil and natural gas that we have. H.R. 8, the North American Energy Security and Infrastructure Act, begins to reverse that in a big way. In addition to securing the reliability, the efficiency, and the cost of our energy grid, this is a real economic boom. Look what would happen, for example, if we're able to move more expeditiously with liquid natural gas exports. Experts tell us that we're looking at tens of thousands of new jobs, billions added to America's economy. And you've already heard from others this morning about the foreign policy leverage that it gives America. We have an opportunity this week, and the House is going to take it, and we believe that the Senate will follow suit, to reassert America can be energy independent and secure, and we can provide our own energy. We don't need help from the Russians, from OPEC. We can do it right here at home. I'm proud and honored to stand with my colleagues to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
Questions?
You had a meeting recently with New York representatives about the Zadroga Act. Are you confident it'll pass by the end of the year? And
Yeah.
Will it be fully funded? And what vehicle will it move?
I won't go into the, we have not decided what vehicle it will be or what funding level, but it is something that we do intend on getting done by the end of the year.
Why would we not anticipate some sort of a standoff with the administration on environmental riders or Planned Parenthood or something in the outline?
Look, we obviously have different opinions on all of these big issues. Those negotiations are ongoing right now. The last thing I want to do is get ahead of our Appropriations Committee, which is taking the lead in those negotiations.
Climate change. There was a poll out by the New York Times showing that a majority of Americans think the United States should join some kind of international agreement to address the issue, and 2/3 of those in the poll say that there should be some kind of legally binding provision in there, which is what the president called for this morning in Paris. Is Congress out of step with the public opinion?
I don't think we're out of step with public opinion wanting jobs, wanting economic growth, weighing the costs and the benefits. And I think when you weigh the costs and the benefits against these so-called legally binding obligations, they don't add up. I think it's very clear. People want jobs. Look at the legislation we're bringing to the floor just this week. We can become an energy independent country if we set our minds to it, if we allow the power of the entrepreneur and innovation right here in our country to occur. This is fantastic legislation that will create jobs, more take-home pay for working families, and improving our foreign policy, making us energy independent. And oh, by the way, as Kevin mentioned, can improve our environment. These are the win-win-win kind of issues that we need to be advancing, not win, lose, lose like these other ideas. Up in the back.
Speaker Ryan, you said that part of the response to the Planned Parenthood shooting, the Murphy bill is relevant. Can you explain how that bill gets the problems that might have been exposed by that?
Well, I'll let the Commerce Committee and Congressman Murphy answer the questions about his bill. The point I am making, though, is the common theme with these kinds of shootings is mental illness, and this is something that we should not be ignoring. This is why we've been working very diligently through the Commerce Committee with Congressman Murphy, a clinical psychologist, to advance legislation overhauling we need to overhaul our mental illness health system. Congressman Murphy has put a very comprehensive effort underway. He's put years into this, and that is why we want to see this process all the way through, and this is something that requires our attention.
The House has a number of major bills to pass by the end of the year. You mentioned the comprehensive highway reports. There's the omnibus, the tax incentives upcoming. You've said before that on major bills that you commit to a majority of the majority. Do you think that on all those bills that's feasible?
We'll see what the votes look like. We're whipping right now. We've got two big conference reports coming up this week. We expect to have very good majority support on both the highway bill and the ESEA bill. These are great conservative education reforms. I think it was quoted in the paper yesterday that this is the greatest devolution of power back to the states in education in 25 years. That's impressive, and that's why I think a majority of Republicans will be supporting it. The other issues have yet to be resolved, and we'll see how the process goes. Thank you.
Good job today. Very good.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference. Going to give you a look real quick at our 10-day forecast in case you're wondering what the weather's going to be like this weekend. All right, guys, that is a look at our 10-day forecast. Now we're going to go back to Washington, D.C., where the House Democrats are speaking and holding their weekly
Committee,
press
Nita
conference.
Lowy from New York, and joining us as well, my colleague and friend from California, Eric Swalwell. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair, and the Vice Chair will then ask Mr. Swalwell to make some remarks because we had a special guest today. Governor Martin O'Malley from Maryland came and spoke to the members of the Democratic Caucus about his efforts to become the next President of the United States. And then we want to move then to our ranking member from Appropriations, Ms. Lowy, to give us some information on where things stand on the efforts to make sure we don't see another government shutdown, which could imperil not just the jobs of so many people, but the day-to-day working affairs of so many Americans who depend on our government to help make sure that everything is running. And before we begin with any of that, I think as much as some of us had a festive time with our family, once again, we have to take a moment to pause to express our thoughts and prayers to the victims and the families of the shooting in Colorado Springs at the Planned Parenthood clinic. It's not only distressing when any type of mass shooting occurs, it's even more distressing when there seem to be signals that the cause and the basis for this really lead us to be concerned as American citizens because we might be targeted because of the places we frequent or the values we hold. And I think what we want to convey is that this was a time of giving thanks, and it's hard for some of the families in Colorado Springs today to feel that they can give thanks. Our hearts and prayers, as I said, go out to them. Speaker Ryan started his speakership less than a month ago, essentially saying that he wanted to start with a clean slate. He wanted to turn the page so we could move forward. And we have many deadlines to cover in the next few days, quite honestly. There are no more than about 6 legislative days before we must have a budget in place. Otherwise, the government would shut down. The difficulty is this. Speaker Boehner, who was forced out by his Republican colleagues, essentially helped clear the deck for the next and new speaker, Mr. Ryan. The difficulty is on the things that matter most to Americans, we're seeing very little, unfortunately, being done. We continue to take action on the floor of the House to have moments of silence when we see these mass killings, but we take no votes to try to close the loopholes that exist in our gun safety laws. We haven't had a chance to vote on a bill that would let us have a universal background check of anyone who wishes to possess a gun to make sure that they are not mentally unfit or aren't criminals and felons. We are, as I said, 6 days away from watching Republicans in Congress and control the Congress lead to another government shutdown if we can't get a budget in place. As much as we would like to see a clean slate moving forward so we can do things, what we're finding is that the budget bill may be littered with all sorts of social agendas that have nothing to do with the fiscal requirements of our country to move forward. And so we would like to see a clean budget bill move forward, not littered with so many things that have nothing to do with the fiscal demands of our government and our economy. We'd like to make sure that we clear the decks and finally get on the books a bill that would let our cities and our towns and our counties go back to the business of rebuilding roads, fixing bridges, improving schools. But it's tough when we can't get the transportation infrastructure bill out of Congress. And so there are a lot of things that we need to do. We'd like to help Speaker Ryan maintain a clearing of the decks so we can get going, but we got to do this the right way. We got to do it cleanly, and we're hoping that we can take action, not just on gun safety, not just on a budget, not just on transportation, better roads and bridges so we can get to work on time, but dealing with all the issues that confront us, including security, national security, and the threat of global warming, climate change, and carbon pollution, which could endanger all of us, and certainly our kids and our grandkids. With that, let me turn it over to the Vice Chair, Joe Crowley.
Thank you, Chairman Becerra. Let me first thank you for remembering the victims of gun violence once again in Colorado, whether it be in a mall, in a theater, in a school, and now in a health clinic. These acts of violence ought not to be taking place. These acts of terrorism ought not to be happening in the United States. It's time for people on all sides of this issue to come together, maybe in a select committee. It'd be nice if the Speaker of the House would call a select committee to deal with the issue of gun violence and gun terrorism here in the United States. I won't hold my breath for that, but it'll be maybe a good time to do that. So all people of goodwill on all sides come together to find real solutions to tackle this issue that we're all facing in America today. And our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the people of Paris and as well as Lebanon as they recoup from the most recent terrorist attacks within those countries. And we applaud the efforts that the President is making in Paris as he works towards tackling the global issue of climate change. But here we are in the act before it is too late session. Once again, we're back to governing by crisis, crisis to crisis, man-made fiscal cliffs, man-made crises. December 11th is now our most recent deadline. And I agree, concur wholeheartedly with the chairman in all the myriad of issues that need to be done before we leave this year and have a clean slate, as Speaker Ryan has talked about, for next year. One of the issues that's very close to me, as well as I know Chairwoman Lowy, is the issue of the Zadroga Act, the 9/11 Victims' Health and Victims' Compensation Bill. We were led to believe that there was a strong possibility that that would be included in the transportation bill that we expect will be filed today and voted on as early as Thursday, only to be told that it's no longer a part of that legislation. I don't care how it gets done. This act needs to be reenacted. Too many people are facing this holiday season, facing long-term, debilitating, life-threatening diseases because of their exposure to what was known as the pile, the rubble, ground zero, after the attacks of 9/11. The events of that day continue to have effect not only in New York but around our country as well. People who gave all, ran into those buildings to save lives, find themselves now suffering with incredibly debilitating diseases. This Congress, before we continue to say we never forget, we actually cannot forget these men and women who are suffering. Not let another year go by without them understanding whether or not they will have health care coverage to cover the costs and needs that they are facing as they struggle with stage 4 cancers as well as other debilitating diseases. And before I turn the microphone over, I just want to also mention it was great to see this morning an old friend in Governor Martin O'Malley. Our families have a long history, go back a couple of decades. And it's great to hear his thoughts about his positioning as he runs for President of the United States. I have great admiration for him. But here to speak about what the governor spoke about this morning is Eric Swalwell, his chief cheerleader in the House of Representatives today.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chair. We will, I expect, this week have another moment of silence for victims of gun violence. And sadly, that moment of silence will not be followed by any moments of action under this House Republican leadership. And moments of silence, while they honor the dead, if we remain silent after acts like this occurred, they are just empty gestures. And it's hard to stand on the floor of the House of Representatives when this happens, to look around and wonder which of your colleagues will stand in the well next week when someone in their community falls victim to a mass shooting. And if there's any pattern, it's that it could be a Republican, it could be a Democrat, it could be from the East Coast, it could be from the West Coast, it could be from the Midwest or the South. But there will be somebody in the coming weeks who will stand on the floor to honor people in their community who have died until we do something about it. I had the honor today to introduce my friend and someone I'm supporting for president, Governor Martin O'Malley. And he demonstrates the courage that we need from this House Republican leadership in the actions that he has taken to address gun violence. As the governor of Maryland, after the terrible tragedy in Newtown, he helped marshal through some of the most sweeping gun violence measures any state has taken, from universal background checks to licensing and fingerprinting, to also limits on ammunition purchases. He is also calling to reduce gun violence by 50% over the next 10 years, setting a clear deadline and a goal for our country to aspire to, but also meet, so that these types of tragedies do not continue to haunt and hurt people in our country. And with that, I'd be happy to introduce someone who can talk about what's going to present itself in the days and weeks ahead before we convene here, our ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Lowy.
Thank you very much. Over the past several weeks, appropriators on both sides of the aisle have been working together, trying to focus on investing in our economy, building our roads, bridges, dealing with climate, dealing with all the challenges that we have to make sure that our communities are strong. Time is not on our side. We're hoping we can complete the process by the designated date, which was December 11th. And as we move forward, we will continue to stress investments and not certainly deal with the poison pills that some have been advocating. So as the process moves forward, I'm hoping we can all get together and talk about the real investments that are making our country strong, and that they will be reflected in the appropriations process.
We'll take questions.
Congressman, one of the items that NCLR and other civic groups are calling for is renewing the tax credits. Can you give us the lay of the land in terms of what's going on with those tax credits for low-income families? And also, what are your expectations with all the different issues that you raised today that they will be passed, by the end of the year?
Well, there are ongoing discussions, as Ms. Lowy mentioned. We know it's very fluid. There is no solution yet, no resolution, I should say, to any of these things, whether it's the budget side of this discussion or the tax side of the discussion. But we know that there are ongoing discussions. It would be speculation for me to say more than that, but you've heard, as we've heard, any number of ideas that are out there, any number of items that would be proposed, but it'd be unrealistic for us to, at this point, give you some kind of concrete idea of where this will go. I do believe that it's fair to say that most of us want to make sure that whatever we do will help, as Ms. Lowy said, help us create more jobs, expand the economy, and do it in a way that's fiscally responsible. So all of us, I believe, here in the House and in the Senate are waiting to see if there will be something that we can vote for rather than just see something we have to vote against.
Can I just add to that, as also a member of the Ways and Means Committee with Chairman Becerra? The Democratic Caucus, our priorities are the Earned Income Tax Credit. Our priorities are the Americans' Opportunities Tax Credit. Our priority is the Child Tax Credit, the expansion thereof, making those permanent. We think that's the right thing to do to help the struggling middle class and the working poor in this country. That's what we expect to see happen at some point. Now, it may very well be that it goes back to another 2-year extender or 1 year retroactively and maybe 1 year going forward. We don't know yet. So, but I think it's important, I think, as the chairman stressed, what the values of our caucus are reflective in what our priorities are in terms of these negotiations, and those are the things that we put first.
On that note, the Hall-Hudson bill was supported by a quarter of your conference. Is that still considered a poison pill? If something similar was attached to the omnibus when it did have at least would have been a veto majority of 2 Republicans who were absent voted?
And Nita, you may want to respond to some of this as well. I would just say that the President's made it very clear what we need to do with regard to having a tough regime in place, a tough process in place for anyone to come into this country. And the fact that so few Syrians have made it through the refugee process makes it very clear that the process is extremely difficult for anyone to go through, especially if you're a male adult. And so my sense is that when you start talking about inserting things that are controversial into a fiscal and essential bill that could lead to a government shutdown unless we get the work done, we're going to experience what we did just a few years ago when Republicans tried to shut down the Affordable Care Act through the budget bill. I think that Ms. Lowy can respond best, but I think we're trying to avoid seeing the government shut down because people are trying to foist their agenda onto a budget bill.
I guess my question is, how willing are Democrats to go to the
Why don't we, or let me ask Nita.
Well, I just want to say the chairman answered your question very thoughtfully, and we've moved beyond that bill, frankly. Not only the president, but Democrats and some Republicans are talking about reforming the visa waiver program. There are people coming into our country on the visa waiver program that is a concern to all of us. We're also concerned about homegrown potential terrorists here. So that bill had a vote. It's passed. I don't expect it will be part of the appropriations process. We have serious work to do on appropriations. If we're going to continue to invest in our economy, build a strong economy, invest in our schools, our roads, our bridges, creating jobs, then we have to make sure those investments are included in part of an appropriations bill and poison pills aren't bogging them down. And the continuing discussions, I would hope, would result in a constructive appropriations bill, a constructive omnibus that will represent the values of the American people.
Let me say that the passage of the McCall Act was not one of the finest moments in the history of the House of Representatives, and I think history will show that to be true. I've been saying that it takes longer to change a post office name than it did to pass that bill. Note the president was out of the country when that bill was initiated and then ultimately passed in the House of Representatives. I think it's a diversion. I think they think they're onto something. You know, the horrific attack in Paris and in Lebanon, let's not forget, as I think the president has said, has created a level of fear throughout the world, but particularly here in the United States. Our response needs to be a thoughtful response. And I think this is a diversion. And somehow, if we somehow stop these refugees, these women and children, these older people from coming into the United States who, if they stay in their country, many of whom face death, rape, and torture. Not necessarily in that order, death being the ultimate consequence for many of them. That speaks poorly of our country, if that's the case. But quite frankly, it is a diversion from really tackling the issue, as Ms. Lowy said. The visa waiver program is something that I don't think we should stop, but that and I'm grateful that the president is taking steps and actions now, thoughtful steps and actions, to beef that up. Because I do think that that is a vulnerability that we have within the present program. But secondly, and I think Nita touched on this, there is a tremendous loophole in the United States. There is a terrorism watch list that exists. We have this terrorism watch list. Justice has it. Homeland Security has it. And yet, because of the laws of this country, we cannot have background checks when those individuals, if those individuals attempt to purchase a weapon in the United States. Now, isn't that something we should try to close? Who reasonably thinks we should not deny weapons to terrorists who want to destroy our way of life? Who could reasonably argue against that? And yet, there was no discussion. That bill was never brought to the floor. There's been no hearing on that legislation at all. If we want to really address the issue of homegrown terrorism, as well as the threat of international terrorism here in the United States, that's a productive way to begin to address this issue. But there is no courage on the other side of the aisle to bring that bill up, because you know that's a tough bill to pass. But I think if we did do that, we'd make remarkable improvement in terms of securing our homeland.
Sorry, did you want to follow up?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike?
Same topic. You said that the McCall bill will not be a part of the omnibus. Do you see that issue being part of the omnibus? Can the visa waiver be one of the
Oh, there are a lot of discussions, so anything can be part of the omnibus if there's Democratic and Republican agreement. I just wanted to make it clear that McCall bill is old news now. And frankly, any Syrian refugee that wanted to come to the States wouldn't come here in a shorter than more than 24-month period. So we move on to the visa waiver program, and that should be the focus. I'm concerned about homegrown terrorists, thousands of people who go to Syria, go to Afghanistan, go to Libya, get trained, want to come back, could travel here from Paris, Italy, any place else. It's the visa waiver program is key. We've moved past the McCall bill.
Yes.
Speaker Ryan this morning mentioned the Murphy mental health bill as a potential response to the shooting in Colorado. I don't think there are a lot of Democrats for the subcommittee, but can you...
What bill? Can
Murphy.
you...
Murphy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mental health.
It's, you know, something very unfortunate happened with that bill. It started off as a bipartisan bill. And then, as Ms. Lowy can tell you with regard to the appropriations bills that she's saying, something very interesting happens. Those bills, before they get to the floor of the House for a vote, get stripped of the bipartisan portions of the bill, and they become very, very partisan. And it's unfortunate because I think all of us would agree that something we can do pretty immediately to provide gun safety to America and to all Americans is not just having a universal background check for those who wish to secure a gun, but to have a beefed-up mental health system to be able to find and provide the assistance, the mental health services that people need, so that we don't let them get their hands on weapons when they're not in a mental state that would allow them to make good judgments. That bill, the Murphy bill, has become, unfortunately, a partisan bill when it could have been a totally bipartisan bill, and that's unfortunate because we need to get things done. And if the Speaker wants to fulfill that pledge of having a clean slate and moving forward together, then he should put back the bipartisan portions of that bill so we can have a bipartisan vote to help Americans be safe.
By the way, if we're talking about bipartisanship, the bill was referenced several times, the terrorism watch list. I've introduced it over and over again in the Appropriations Committee. Unfortunately, it hasn't gotten bipartisan support.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just going back to Governor O'Malley's visit, did he set up any specific policy differences between himself and Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders in the room? And just generally speaking, sort of, how was his message received by the Congress?
Governor O'Malley spoke first about his record as a governor of Maryland, as the mayor of Baltimore, but also just about the young people he has spoken to across the country and the message he believes they're waiting for, which is one of new leadership and getting things done. And he believes for our party, and I believe the same, people are hungry for that right now. They're hungry for a new leader who is proven, who has a progressive record of actually accomplishing stuff that he has done in Maryland. And the list is from the DREAM Act to same-sex marriage to reducing gun violence to also increasing the minimum and having a living wage there. So he put forward his accomplishments, his aspirations as president, and we'll leave it to members of the caucus and the people in the country to draw the distinctions.
And I'll mention that not only was he well received, he received a standing ovation and quite a bit of applause. And so he's considered a great friend, a great Democrat, and one of the best governors that we've seen in quite some time. So I think all of us were thrilled and pleased that he took the time to visit with us and give us more words about his leadership and what he would do for this country. With that, we'll close, and we all thank you very much.
Are you going to be making an announcement and there's two endorsements like yesterday in the Senate with Secretary Clinton, several Democratic senators?
We'll leave that to the candidates to do. Thank you.
Let it go.
Democratic Caucus. I'm pleased to be joined by the Vice Chairman, Joe Crowley of New York, our ranking member on the Appropriations Committee, Nita Lowy from New York, and joining us as well, my colleague and friend from California, Eric Swalwell. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair, and the Vice Chair will then ask Mr. Swalwell to make some remarks because we had a special guest today, Governor Martin O'Malley from Maryland came and spoke to the members of the Democratic caucus about his efforts to become the next president of the United States. And then we want to move then to our ranking member from Appropriations, Ms. Lowy, to give us some information on where things stand on the efforts to make sure we don't see another government shutdown, which could imperil not just the jobs of so many people, but the day-to-day.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference from the House Democrats. Prior to that, we showed you the press conference held by the House Republicans. Now we are going to take you to Dubuque, Iowa, where Jeb Bush was earlier.
How you doing? How's everybody? It's good to be here. Hey, guys.
Well, good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. It's great to see such a wonderful crowd here. Even a few students got up early this morning. My name is Adam Putnam, and I flew in from Florida to introduce my friend Jeb Bush. I have the honor of serving as Florida's Commissioner of Agriculture. I'm a fifth-generation Floridian, grew up in the citrus and cattle business, and I know that many of you, when you think of Florida, you think we all just lay around and wear flip-flops all day and wave our Harry Potter wands at each other with our mouse ears on. But thanks to Jeb Bush, we are one of the leaders in the nation in job creation. And agriculture in Florida is a $100 billion industry. It's second only to tourism, and some years we even overtake tourism. It is a big, diverse state. And when Jeb Bush came in as governor, he turned it on its head and put us in the right direction. I have 4 children who have extraordinary education opportunities in our public school system because of the reforms that he made, where it's customized learning for what our kids need. And anybody's got more than one child, you know that they're never the same. And they have different sets of needs, and our education system has risen to the challenge of providing a 21st century workforce. Jeb Bush slashed taxes in the state of Florida. He lured new businesses so that it's not just the state that people reward themselves with for a life well lived someplace else, but it's the state now where young people are drawn to begin their business and to raise their family. The state of Florida is immensely better off because of the conservative values that Jeb Bush has brought to our state and his extraordinary leadership and depth of character. And so I just wanted to come out here from Florida to experience winter. I wore the only warm clothes I have that are not camouflage. I wanted to come out here and see what it is to be with the men and women who have this extraordinary role in picking our next president. And I wanted to share with you that after a 20-plus year friendship with Jeb Bush, I know in my heart that he is the man who on day one is ready to tackle the problems of the next generation, to keep us safe, to make us strong at home, to have the rest of the world respect us and know that there's a difference between being respected and being loved, and it's more important to be respected, and who is going to conscientiously think about the right thing to do in domestic affairs and foreign policy and bring the first principles of conservatism to bear in the White House, something that we all desperately need after the last 8 years of this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you my good friend, Governor Jeb Bush.
Thank you, Adam. I'm good. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Adam is extraordinarily just a phenomenal public servant. He's 41 years old, so a 20-year relationship. That's when he started actually in public service. He was a state house member back then, and from the very beginning, he was a total policy wonk. A lot of politicians show up because they have a title and they kind of like people thinking they're cool because they're a politician. That's not so much that way in Washington anymore. Now they think they're all in the witness protection program because people are so angry. But Adam has total command of policy and is just a great public servant. And he has served Florida so well as a congressman and now as ag commissioner. of the state that typically has the third highest farm income in the United States. And so people think of us, as Adam said, as a place where 95 million people visit, and many people from Iowa this time of year kind of migrate down there. But I hope you come back on February 1st at least to participate in the caucuses. But we're a diverse, vibrant place, very diverse in every kind of way, and Adam is really the future of our state, and it's an honor for me to be here to introduce me. I thought I'd give a few brief remarks, and then we'd open it up for some questions, if you don't mind. I believe we're on the verge of the greatest time to be alive. If you have your head up and your eyes are open and you're listening to things, there is some good news out there. Diseases are being cured. You know, for example, I've been, for 20 years, I've been raising money, my wife and I, for cystic fibrosis. A kid died. The father came to me and said, my son died at the age of 6 years old. Will you help do a fundraiser just for this year? And 20 years later, after raising something like $10 million, that foundation is one of the reasons why now, if you're born with cystic fibrosis, you're going to live as long as anybody in this room. There are cures for diseases across the board. Innovation and technology is cascading in our lives in ways that will make it possible for more people to live lives of purpose and meaning. But here's the deal. Government, which has always been a catalyst in some ways to lift us up, to provide support for those that truly needed it, and to get out of the way so that we create a climate where people pursue their dreams, now is inhibiting our ability to grow and prosper. And our role in the world is being challenged in ways that we never envisioned before. And so it seems to me, as you all decide on February 1st, in the first in the nation process in these primaries and caucuses, the question ought to be, who has the leadership skills to solve the problems that are holding us back? Who could be a commander-in-chief, the most serious responsibility of the next president of the United States? And who can beat Hillary Clinton? To simplify this, I think those are the three things that truly matter. Who has ideas that will break the gridlock in Washington, D.C., change the culture in Washington, and who could sit behind the big desk and make tough decisions? It seems to me past is prologue in many ways. 6, 7, 8 years ago, we had a person come into Iowa, swooped in here, very eloquent, incredibly eloquent, talking about there shouldn't be any red states or blue states, only the United States of America. And he promised to change the culture in Washington, D.C. Without any background, many people in this country believed in him. And the net result was he doubled down on a progressive liberal agenda, and every day almost he divides us in all sorts of different ways. And our nation is not better off because we did not know what kind of leader he was. It turns out he wasn't. I believe it's important to know what's in your heart, what's in your mind, and do you have a spine? That's where it really matters in terms of leadership. And I got to be leader of a purple state, where we changed the course of our state by applying conservative principles in a way that wasn't like this, angry and scolding. Conservatism ought to be hopeful and optimistic. We persuaded people towards our cause, and we won. We took on the teachers union and the bureaucracies. In Florida, for example, you can fire a government worker for incompetence. I know that sounds like a really radical idea, but imagine if we had that kind of philosophy and policy in Washington, D.C. There'd be a lot more people than 3 people fired in the Veterans Administration after getting $140 million of bonuses for getting people off waiting lists but not providing them care, and veterans died. 3 people have been fired. You look at the IRS scandal. You look at the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, where the Chinese hacked into the servers and got 20+ million unique, discrete files of government workers. The sheer incompetence of Washington is partially because we haven't reformed the systems. It's all insular. It's all about the economic interests of the adults. Hillary Clinton, in her first week, her first endorsement was the teachers union. When I ran for re-election, the teachers union mortgaged their building to provide support for my opponent. And when I whooped him, they had to sell the building off. Which one do you want? One that protects the status quo or someone who challenges the status quo? In Washington, we need someone who has the skills to fix the culture, which means that I believe we ought to make sure that there's lobbying reform. Every elected official should not immediately start lobbying their peers. There should be a 6-year lobbying ban. If members of Congress don't show up to work just like we do in our private life, they shouldn't get paid. We should have total disclosure who lobbyists are hanging out with. We need a balanced budget amendment. We need career civil service reform. We need to do the things that I got to do when I was governor of the state of Florida, applying conservative principles, and we moved the needle in terms of progress for everybody. We led the nation in job growth 7 out of 8 years. We were one of 2 states that went to AAA bond rating. When I left, there was something like 30% of the general revenue dollars were held in reserve. Who knows if we were going to have 8 hurricanes and 4 tropical storms in 16 months, or a financial disaster. Florida did not have to raise taxes because I was frugal, and I worked with the legislature in a way that made sure that government income grew a lot slower than people's income. And that should be the mission of the next President of the United States. We should grow our economy at a far faster rate than we're growing it today. I have proposals as it relates to taxation, regulation, fixing our entitlement challenges, embracing the energy revolution that's here rather than pushing it away as though it's some kind of disaster when it's the best news that we've had in the last decade of time. We could grow at 4%. People's income would grow. People would be lifted out of poverty. Hillary Clinton was asked to give President Obama a grade. And she said A, of course. Trying to win the Democratic nomination, I guess that's what you have to say. Is it really an A when 1 in 7 people are living in poverty in this great country of ours? 6 million more people than the day that Barack Obama was inaugurated? Is it really an A when 1 in 10 have either given up looking for work altogether or are unemployed? Is it really an A when 1 in 5 children is receiving food stamps? We can do a lot better, but it's going to require a total new approach in Washington, D.C. We could grow our economy, but we're not going to grow it in the uncertainty that the world is today. Today we have threats that were unimaginable not that long ago. A caliphate the size of Indiana with 30,000 battle-tested Islamic terrorists organized to destroy Western civilization. Their self-professed goal is to do that. They have a goal to put the black flag of ISIS on top of the White House. We should take them at their word. They have declared war on the United States of America. We need to declare war on them as well. We need to take them out. The idea of containing ISIS is a failed policy from the get-go. Every day they exist creates more energy for them to use the internet to recruit people all around the world for their dangerous ideology that now is the great challenge of our times. 3 months ago, I had a chance to go to the Reagan Library where I laid out a plan to destroy ISIS, not to contain it, not to have political talks with it, not to negotiate with it, because that's not what they do, to destroy ISIS. And it requires arming the Kurds, eliminating some of the political correctness of our time now where we have lawyers on top of our warfighters. You know that 75% of all the sorties that go out from military bases to attack ISIS go back without dropping their ordinances? 75%. It's because our intelligence capability has been decimated as we abandon Iraq, and because we have lawyers making it even harder. We, of course, adhere to the international standards of war, but in this administration, we're making it even more difficult, and the net result is we're not effective. We need to provide support for the Sunni tribal leaders that were partners in the surge that created a fragile but secure Iraq a few years ago. We need to embed our troops, the 3,500 troops that are there right now in Iraq, inside the military so that we can have forward-leaning intelligence to be able to identify where to attack. We need to contain all of the income that ISIS gets from selling oil. Did you see last week's announcement by the former director of CIA that said that there was an environmental concern about launching, hitting tankers because of the environmental damage? That we send flyers out to the drivers of the trucks that were taking oil across the border illegally to Turkey so that they can garner their money? We sent them flyers saying, beware, we're gonna hit you, wondering whether or not they were participating as Islamic terrorists. Come on, man. That's not fighting a war. That is running out the clock. If we're serious about this, we have to be engaged as leaders, which means that we garner the support of Arab leaders, that we support the local fighters instead of calling them accountants and pharmacists and leaving them to languish. We need to support the remnants of the Syrian Free Army. We need to create a no-fly zone over Syria. We need to create safe zones. The way to solve the refugee problem isn't to have millions and millions of people uprooted. It's to create safe harbor inside of Syria. Ultimately, there needs to be a political solution to Assad, and we need to destroy ISIS. It will not happen leading from behind. It will not happen by calling ISIS the JV team and doing nothing. It will not happen without American leadership. We need a commander-in-chief as President of the United States, not a divider-in-chief. We need someone who's focused on this, not to be a warmonger, but understand that America's leadership in the world is a force for good. Name a country in the world, thank you. Name a country in the world where our relationship is better today than it was the day Barack Obama was inaugurated. Iran, Cuba, maybe Burma. Name countries where our relationship has been tattered in a serious way. Israel, Canada, for crying out loud. It's hard to do that, but we've managed to create problems even with our strongest allies. No longer does the United States no longer is the United States believed. We need to make sure our friends know that we have their back and our enemies fear us again. If you want to create order, we need to rebuild the military, build our intelligence capability back up, recognize that the national defense and national security is the first priority for our country. The rest has to be secondary. There are a lot of important things that government does. None is as important as keeping us safe. The final thing I want to say is that my philosophy, conservative philosophy, is grounded in the fundamental belief that life is a gift from God. This is not a question of politics to me. It is just informed by my faith and my life experience of 62 years. Think about it. If you believe that life is a gift to God, then it seems to be all of us have a responsibility to make sure that the God-given talents of everyone are reached and fulfilled. And imagine a country where that was the objective, where everybody's talents were reached to the fullest extent possible. Rather than say that people are liabilities, which is what I think the left is organized around, that they have to get in line, that they basically will take care of you because you have problems. If you start with the premise that people at their full capacity can add value to all of our lives, then you have a whole different approach about the role of government in our lives. A year ago, I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. Denisha is a 25-year-old African-American woman from Jacksonville. And she came, I met her at an education reform conference that I was hosting. And she told the story of when she was young, I was governor, she was held back in third grade 2 years in a row. She came from the other side of the tracks, this notion that somehow, your zip code where you're born defines your destiny. I reject that out of hand. Because Denisha is a child of God, just like everybody in this room is. And so she was held back, she was angry, she was never told that she was capable, I'm sure. And her godmother thankfully found out about the Corporate Tax Scholarship Program. A program today where 80,000 low and moderate income students go to private schools, because I took on very powerful interests and I worked with the Florida legislature and we created the largest voucher program in the country. And I'm proud of that. No one believed that we could do that. Denisha, thanks to her godmother finding out about it, watching a TV ad literally, got to go to a Christian school. And I know for a fact, I wasn't there, but I just know for a fact that her teacher put her arm around her and said, "You're special. I love you. Jesus loves you. You're capable. You can do this. We're going to do this together." And her life journey started on that day. And she was the first in her family, immediate family, to graduate from high school and college. And today, she's in her second year getting a master's at the University of South Florida. If you believe, like I do, that life is precious from beginning to end, that we should respect it, cherish it, nurture it, focus on it, make sure that everybody's God-given abilities are reached, then you should support people in public life that challenge the basic assumptions that are holding people back today. I know how to do this. I've done it as governor of Florida. I'm committed to making sure that the future is bright for this country. Not just for those that have already made it, not just for people on our team, not just for my friends and buddies. None of that matters. It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's not about anybody running for president. It's about the Denisha Merriweathers of the world. If we're to be successful as a nation, we need to make sure that everybody has the right to rise and that they do it with passion and conviction. And the interaction of all of us together in pursuit of our own unique dreams will redefine the next century as the great American century. I know we can do this. And I ask for your support on February 1st. I hope you'll show up on a balmy Monday evening. Even if it's snowing, I hope you show up. I hope you'll come to support a candidate that knows what he's talking about, that has the experience to be able to lead this country, that has a backbone to make the tough decisions, that won't run for cover when the going gets tough, and has the skills to bring people together rather than divide us so that our country will grow and prosper in the future. Thank you all very much. We got a mic here, and normally there's a mic there. So we got one mic. It's a one mic show today. Stand on up.
Thank you for being here today. And my mother actually lives in Florida. And
all mothers and mothers-in-law live in Florida.
I was told I would be a bad son if I didn't tell you hi for her. So
where does
no
she
guilt
live?
though. She's in Vero.
Nice.
My question is actually about my father, though. My father lives in Cedar Rapids. He was recently diagnosed with MS, and he was a musician. He was a self-employed musician, so wasn't a wealthy man, but did everything he was supposed to do, put away for savings and everything. He broke his back and then was later diagnosed with MS. So it was one after another.
Yeah.
Totally drained the savings account. All the bills started stacking up. The family pitched in where we could. We just didn't have we just don't have the means to do that. And so I've actually moved up here to help him financially and to make sure that he's telling me the truth when he goes to the doctors. But my question is, as somebody that ran a state, what is your plan for helping with long-term care and families like mine that we play by the rules, we do everything right, but when you have bills after bill after bill that stack up like that, it gets really, really tough.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I commend you for showing your love for your dad, not just by talking about it, but by acting on it and making changes in your life, sacrificing in some ways to be able to show your love for him. That's not everybody does that, and that's to be commended. As it relates to health care, I think the basic obligation for government is to provide catastrophic coverage. What we ought to have instead of, in terms of insurance, we have right now increasing premium, high cost, expensive health care with higher premiums and higher copays. It's all, the Obamacare was oversold and way underperformed. So the net result is that people are dropping out of these exchanges. I think we should replace our health insurance Obamacare with a system that focuses on low premium, catastrophic coverage, where the one requirement for every state, and I would shift this away from Washington, they're not capable of running this thing. I'd give the states back the power to create their own insurance policies. I'd give them the Medicaid program. I'd give them all of the programs and allow them to create a 21st century insurance program with no mandates and not all the extra mandated benefits that create the cost. The one thing that I would say, other than catastrophic coverage, which should give everybody peace of mind, should be a pre-existing condition. So in your dad's case, immediately if he has MS or any other kind of illness, he's not going to be able to access health care insurance. The proper just system, I think, would be to recognize that insurance ought to be focusing on the high-impact, unforeseen, costly event, not on the first dollar costs. Employers, and Medicaid, and all the insurance can provide support like that in a competitive market. It ought to be based on catastrophic coverage and making sure that pre-existing conditions is the one mandate that would exist. As it relates to long-term care in general, is he in a nursing home right now?
No. He'll be 63 next month, and absolutely does not want to.
So one of the things that we did in Florida, because nursing home care is extraordinarily expensive, and people don't like it. As you, the way you said it is the way everybody says it. I mean, sometimes it's necessary. I drove by a nursing home coming here today, and there are cases where it's essential for people, but you want to try to figure out a way for people to age in place in general. And community-based care needs to be front and center. In Florida, given our elderly population, we're one of the innovators in this regard. And you can do this at a lower cost and expand benefits for people by making sure that you have respite care. So if you're living with your dad and you're taking care of him, maybe he sounds a little more independent than people that are really frail. The biggest challenge is for caregivers is to be able to re-energize to continue to provide the support. The person that has Alzheimer's, the challenge of a spouse taking care of a spouse of 60 years, you're both in your 80s, and the challenges are enormous. And so providing community-based care where you have respite care, where you customize it for the uniqueness of each case, I think is the better approach than saying the only way you can get a benefit is to lose all your assets and then get Medicaid qualified and go to a nursing home. That is the old way. The new way needs to be much more centered around the unique needs of each person. In fact, I would argue almost everything, if you started from saying, let's don't do this from the top down with the supplier deciding everything. Let's do it from the bottom up, where individuals have unique needs, and the government's role is to provide a lower cost than what we do today at a better benefit for the patient or for the consumer of the service. That's what we tried to do in Florida, and in many cases the federal government was actually creating encumbrances because you got to get in line here and you got to do it here. There's very little flexibility. In a Bush administration, we would shift this power back to the states, and if they want to create a 21st century approach, fine. If they want to keep the stupid old one, they'd have that right to do too, but I think people would rise up against that. Good luck with your dad, and give your mom a hug. Yes, sir.
About this immigration stuff. The candidate was here a month ago, and he said, we can't send everybody back. 10 million people, divide that by 50 states and divide it by 100 counties. That's what Iowa's got.
99.
Huh?
99.
You're right. You're right. You're right. That means there's 2,000 illegals right in this county. But it's probably some other, probably less. But said you can't get it done. We've probably been in different seminars or something as we've grown up with our boss or something, and we've never done that before. Our bosses tell us to get that idea out of our head because we can't keep, we got to do new things. So somebody said, well, what happened when we can't make it to the moon? We made it to the moon. I heard on the radio 10 years from now we want to get to Mars. So I don't know illegal immigrants, so it's not hitting home to me. But let's say everybody in here has a business, and we have an illegal. The authorities come to us and say, "You've got an illegal, Rich. I'm going to fine you twice the cost to get a bus ride, a train ride, or a plane ride back to where you need to go." I don't think it's impossible. It's a big job, of course. But to have the idea that we can't get it done, there's a proverb that says, righteousness exalts a nation. Doing things right exalt us. I'm going to paraphrase this, if we do it wrong, it's a reproach or a disgrace to that man or woman. So somewhere along the way, there was a poultry business 7 years ago in Iowa.
I remember this.
Whatever it was. What's that?
I think I remember this story.
Okay. Anyway, some people had to go back, but the one comment by somebody says, we can't send Grandma Juanita back to her country, but that's our rules. Are we going to follow our rules, or are we not going to follow our rules? I'll leave it with you.
That's a very good question. First, I think we need to secure the border. That is, and ISIS brings that home even more. If you think about the challenges that we now have of people that are organizing to really disrupt our way of life, it doesn't take many to do that. You could see what happened in Paris. where a handful of people that were organizing to destroy a way of life were quite effective. So the first and foremost, you need to secure the border. That means fencing where appropriate. It means using technology wherever possible. We have drone technology today that is extraordinary. That didn't exist 5 years ago. GPS technology is just mind-blowing, actually, about the precision nature of identifying things from far off. We have adequate Border Patrol numbers, but they're not adequately used. Many of them aren't on the borders. We have sanctuary cities, which is one of the more bizarre notions, that local governments basically ignore federal law at the expense of their own innocent citizens by letting people come back into communities after they've committed crimes and not sending these people, detaining them and allowing federal authorities to deport them. We have to be, from stem to stern, focused on protecting our borders. 40% of illegal immigrants come with a legal visa, and they overstay. So it's not Juanita, always. It's a bunch of other people that come and they, you know, while it's hard to find where they are, it's possible to do it. Other countries do it. So using biometric exit and entry visa technologies would be part of that. So that's the first step. I think... How you doing? How's everybody? It's good to be here. Hey, guys.
All right, guys. So it looks like the portion of the Jeb Bush event that we were able to record has wrapped up. That was Jeb Bush in Dubuque, Iowa this morning, hosting a donuts and coffee event, which pretty envious of everyone in attendance. I mean, yes, it's cool to see a presidential candidate speak, but I'm talking more about the donuts and coffee. It may have been a fun event to attend in Iowa. That being said, I just want to say hello to everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday, December 1st. Today is World AIDS Day. In fact, if you want to see an AIDS ribbon on the White House, let me go ahead and show you what the White House is doing to commemorate World AIDS Day. And I just realized that you guys were looking at the top 5 list from yesterday, so I apologize if you were confused as to why it said Happy Cyber Monday down here. I have fixed it. I am showing you today's top 5. First off, this one story hits us here locally. Arias juror accused of falling in love. This was trending on Facebook this morning, and I clicked on it because I was like, what? So as you may or may not know, the prosecutor in the Jodi Arias case, Juan Martinez, has written a book. That book comes out early next year. And according to the Daily Mail, Juan Martinez talks about how a juror fell in love with Jodi Arias and couldn't believe how someone so attractive could ever kill someone. Obviously very controversial because a lot of you viewers out here first discovered news now through the Jodi Arias trial coverage that we brought you here. Many of you are very anti-Jodi, so thought I'd share that with you. Moving on, suspected NAU shooter was sober. So this news came out yesterday. Apparently, Stephen Jones, the alleged shooter in the NAU shooting that left one person dead and a couple more injured, 18 years old. Apparently, there was no alcohol or drugs in his system. In fact, we have a story that our reporter did last night. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you, and I'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
18-year-old NAU freshman Stephen Jones facing first-degree murder charges after a shooting on campus on October 9th that left fellow freshman Colin Brew dead and 3 others injured. A report released today shows Jones had no indications of alcohol or drugs in his system the night of the shooting. After he appeared in court last week, Jones' attorney said he acted in self-defense.
I don't think there's any doubt at this point that he was attacked by individuals outside that parking lot and then chased into that parking lot. It'll be clear that he was acting in self-defense.
In police body cam video taken the night of the shooting, Jones can be seen with a bloody mouth asking about people chasing him.
I just want to make sure that there's nobody else that we're looking for.
No. The guys who were chasing me, did they get held back?
I'm not sure. I'm finding that out right now.
The report today also shows the blood test results from the other shooting victims. Nicholas Prado had a BAC of .092 and tested positive for cannabis. Nicholas Pyring's BAC was .208. Kyle Zintik had a BAC of .181 and also tested positive for cannabis. And last week we learned that Colin Brew, who died in the shooting, had a BAC of .285.
We're confident that once all the facts come out, it'll be clear that he was acting in self-defense.
All right, guys. So I just learned that this entire time that I was speaking over this photo of Juan Martinez, you have not been able to hear me at all. So I apologize if you guys were just staring at a photo of Juan Martinez and you were confused as to why you were looking at Juan Martinez. I'm going to have to repeat everything I just thought I told you again. Bear with me. I think it was a couple minutes of silence. So again, I apologize. But basically the story here is that in the upcoming Juan Martinez book, Juan Martinez claims that a juror fell in love with Arias. Now, this is an exclusive to the Daily Mail in the UK. According to the Daily Mail and their sources, one of the jurors in the Arias case fell in love with her during the trial. Martinez says that the unnamed juror became obsessed with her in spite of the gruesome evidence that convicted her. Now, Juan Martinez did not specify which juror it was, but according to another juror, an alternate juror, Tara Harris Kelly, she is convinced that Juan Martinez was referring to another juror, Bill Zervakos. Kelly told the Daily Mail in an exclusive interview that Zervakos secretly wanted to acquit Arias, bragged about being a womanizer, and made eye contact with her whenever the jury went to the judge's chambers. He also supposedly grumbled and complained whenever Kelly asked a question about Arias and was one of the holdouts who refused to put her to death. Now, Zervakos has long been held with suspicion by Arias supporters because he was one of the holdouts in the death penalty phase of her trial. But he denied being romantically interested in Arias and told the Daily Mail that he viewed the case from a non-emotional point of view. Now, Jodi Arias is 35 years old. She was arrested in 2008 for the murder of her ex-boyfriend, Travis Alexander, who she shot dead and stabbed repeatedly in his home in Mesa, Arizona. Now, prosecutors described Arias as obsessive and say that she killed him after he said he wanted to date somebody else. In 2013, Arias was convicted of the slaying, but that jury that Kelly and Zervakos served on could not decide whether she should be executed. Suddenly, then there was a second death penalty trial. That jury could not decide either because of one holdout, and earlier this year, Arias was sentenced to life in prison. Martinez is making his claims in his forthcoming book, Conviction, The Untold Story of Putting Jodi Arias Behind Bars. The book is out next year, but Daily Mail Online has learned details of what will be included. Now, again, this information coming from the Daily Mail Online, a UK-based news outlet. According to an alternate juror that spoke with the Daily Mail, she said, when we would go to the judge's chambers, which was once a week, he would always make eye contact with Arias and do the same when he left. He had said he was a womanizer early on, and that made me concerned he was going to be attracted to her. It's such an odd thing to say. Kelly said that most jurors could barely even look at Arias, but Zervakos seemed more interested than the others. She said, quote, I honestly think he wanted to find her not guilty, but he found her guilty. He found her guilty because he had to, because of the evidence that was there. When it came to the death penalty phase, that was his way out. Kelly worked closely with Zervakos because she was juror 17 and he was juror 18, which meant she had a close view of what he was doing. Kelly said, quote, I asked Jodi a lot of questions. Every time I would ask a question, I could hear him huffing. He was so unimpressed that I kept asking her questions. His reaction was grunts like he was getting annoyed. Now, after the case, Zervakos became a figure of hate for Arias supporters and gave a series of interviews in which he tried to defend himself. Zervakos spoke to Good Morning America, and there he made it clear that the case has deeply affected him and that he had spent a lot of time thinking about Arias. He said, when I walked into that courtroom for the first time and looked at the defendant, it's hard to put it in perspective looking at that young woman and thinking about the brutality of the crime. It doesn't wash. It's difficult to separate yourself from the emotions and personal side of it. In the same interview, he said later on, I am very sure in my own mind that Jodi was mentally and verbally abused by him. Is that an excuse? Of course not. Did it factor into the decision we made? It has to. Now, when Zervakos spoke to the Daily Mail Online, he said that the trial took a great deal out of him emotionally, saying it was a very difficult 6 months, but that he worked very, very hard to keep it strictly analytical from a non-emotional point of view. He added, "Can anybody succeed 100%? I don't know, but I did my best." Zervaco said that he took his job seriously, and when referring to Juan Martinez, said, "I don't know if he did," meaning that he does not know if the prosecutor took his job seriously. Zervaco added that Martinez is going to write what he wants to write. Now, Arias' trial became a media circus as details of her relationship with Alexander and the violent crime scene emerged, while the courtroom saga was broadcast live. Spectators traveled to Phoenix and lined up in the middle of the night to get a seat in the courtroom to catch a glimpse of what had become, to many, a real-life soap opera. Arias claims that Alexander was a pedophile. A tape of them having phone sex was played to the jury, and Arias gave testimony for 18 days, during which she repeatedly sparred with Juan Martinez. So, that's the update there, guys, in case you are wondering. Now, I see Rob in the chat room saying, does the book come with audio? I don't like to read, but I would like to read about what both attorneys have to say in their book about everything with this case. Rob, I don't know if it's going to be available on audiobook, but usually most books that come out are available via audiobook, so hopefully that answers your question. Meanwhile, bullet point number 3, cops in court in Chicago and Baltimore, both involving the deaths of black men. This one in Chicago, the story we've talked about extensively over the course of the last week. The Chicago cop accused of murdering a 17-year-old teen in Chicago, caught on camera shooting him 16 times. Really just a very brutal situation. Meanwhile, one of the officers involved in the death of Freddie Gray in Baltimore also in court. Going to play both of these stories for you now from Fox National. Give me a second. First, we're going to play the one out of Chicago officer in court. And then we will give you an update on the cop facing charges in the death of Freddie Gray.
We're pleased that the judge reduced it from a no bond to a bond.
Outrage in Chicago as the officer accused of shooting and killing a 17-year-old is out of jail. The community gathering outside the police headquarters for a prayer vigil in Laquan McDonald's memory Monday night. This all comes after a dash cam video of his death was released last week, sparking protests, with many calling for a federal investigation into the shooting.
We're not merely here to grieve the loss of a 17-year-old. We're here before this emblem of death, this casket, to bury police misconduct in the city of Chicago.
Officer Jason Van Dyke was charged with first-degree murder more than 1 year after he was allegedly caught on camera firing 16 shots at McDonald. The officer posted $150,000 bond after his attorney assured the judge he is not a flight risk.
He's prepared for the long haul. I mean, as I've told them, it's going to be a series of various steps, and this is just step one in this process.
While the Chicago Police Union says the video speaks for itself, they continue to defend Officer Van Dyke.
Resorted to his training and took the action that he felt was necessary at that time.
Van Dyke has been on administrative duty since the shooting last year. He is now expected back in court on December 18th. In New York, I'm Kelly Wright, Fox News.
All right, so that is the story about the Chicago cop facing murder charges. We're going to now play the story of the Freddie Gray trial, this one out of Maryland.
These people deserve a fair trial.
More than 7 months after the death of Freddie Gray, a Baltimore police officer accused in his death is now on trial. Jury selection getting underway Monday in the case against Officer William Porter. With many concerned, it will be difficult to find an impartial jury in the city.
It's hard to be really impartial on something like this. It's a very big issue. It's a very important issue, and I think people feel strongly.
Porter is the first of 6 officers to stand trial in the case. Gray died after suffering spinal injuries while in the back of a police van last April. His death sparked riots and demonstrations throughout the city and country. Protesters out in front of the courthouse Monday just wanted to be heard.
We definitely want justice, and we definitely want truth.
Are you ready to go to jail?
All right, it looks like the story cuts off before it finishes, so you at least saw a little snippet of that story. Moving on, Kevin Durant says the media treats Kobe Bryant badly. Yes, this is a sports story. In case you did not hear, yesterday Kobe Bryant making his big announcement a couple nights ago, specifically Sunday night, that he would be retiring at the end of this season. 20 years Kobe Bryant has played in the game, and it is very sad for a lot of basketball fans, whether you loved him or hated him. It really marks the end of an era. And ever since the announcement came on Sunday night, apparently Lakers tickets have gone up. Many people buying Lakers tickets, wanting to see Kobe Bryant play one last time before he retires. In fact, the Lakers were just in town a few weeks ago, right here in Phoenix. The Suns did win that game. And Kobe Bryant, again, announcing his retirement through an emotional poem that he wrote titled Dear Basketball, which I'm going to read to you now because it's very emotional and you should hear it. So he wrote this letter, Dear Basketball. It's in theplayerstribune.com. And I'm going to read it to you. Dear Basketball, from the moment I started rolling my dad's tube socks and shooting imaginary game-winning shots in the Great Western Forum, I knew one thing was real. I fell in love with you. A love so deep, I gave you my all, from my mind and body to my spirit and soul. As a 6-year-old boy deeply in love with you, I never saw the end of a tunnel. I only saw myself running out of one. And so I ran. I ran up and down every court after every loose ball for you. You asked for my hustle. I gave you my heart because it came with so much more. I played through the sweat and hurt, not because challenge called me, but because you called me. I did everything for you, because that's what you do when someone makes you feel as alive as you've made me feel. You gave a 6-year-old boy his Laker dream, and I'll always love you for it. But I can't love you obsessively for much longer. The season is all I have left to give. My heart can take the pounding, my mind can handle the grind, but my body knows it's time to say goodbye. And that's okay. I'm ready to let you go. I want you to know now so we both can savor every moment we have left together, the good and the bad. We have given each other and all that we have. And we both know no matter what I do next, I'll always be that kid with the rolled up socks, garbage can in the corner, 5 seconds on the clock, ball in my hands. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Love you always, Kobe. Obviously a very emotional letter. Yesterday, Kevin Durant, when asked about Kobe Bryant's retirement, said that the media treats Kobe Bryant very badly, specifically saying they treat him like blank, a 4-letter word that starts with S and ends with hit. I'll leave it at that. Now, Kevin Durant is a very nice player, a very kind player, and he quickly went from praising Kobe to chastising the media for the way Kobe has been talked about in the last few years. Kevin Durant is not a fan of the way Kobe has been depicted and hopes the media can now start being nicer about the Lakers legend. This is what Kevin Durant said. I did idolize Kobe Bryant. I studied him, wanted to be like him. He was our Michael Jordan. I watched Michael toward the end of his career with the Wizards, and I seen that's what Kobe emerged as the guy for us. I've been disappointed this year because you guys treated him like beep. He's a legend, and all I hear about is how bad he's playing, how bad he's shooting. Time for him to hang it up. You guys treated one of our legends like beep, and I didn't really like it. Hopefully now you can start being nice to him now that he decided to retire after this year. It was sad the way he was getting treated. He had just an amazing career, a guy who changed the game for me as a player mentally and physically. Means so much to the game of basketball. Someone I'm always going to look to for advice for everything. Just a brilliant, brilliant, intelligent man. Sad to see him go. He put his mark on the game. Now, Kevin Durant has been pretty critical of the media over the last couple years, and it's easy to understand why. Nobody in the media has denied Kobe Bryant as one of the greatest players in the league. However, his downfall has been understandable and predictable as he tried to come back from a devastating Achilles tendon rupture. And that is the update there. Meanwhile, today is Happy Giving Tuesday, a holiday that was established a few years ago. We have a few sound bites right now from Fox National, a few clips. I'm going to play those for you guys now. All about Giving Tuesday and the importance of it, and all of the businesses that are getting involved.
Child, somebody who's 5 or 6 years old, you can have them look at toys that they have that they don't use anymore, and they can pick them out, they can help you clean them up, and you can give them to a shelter, a homeless shelter, or a shelter that maybe has abused and neglected families that they're all over the country, and it's really nice to do that. There was a school I was involved with, and they had kids actually go out and get winter coats and donate the coats. So buy something new that day and think about taking your child with you and taking it to some place where you can actually give a coat or a toy to somebody who doesn't have as much as you do. I know a lot of families have way more toys than they need. A lot of toy boxes are overflowing, so now's a great time to think about that. I have a couple friends who have small children, and for every toy that their child gets during the holidays, they actually ask them to give one up. So the act of the holidays themselves get to be a charitable act. And the kids really like it, actually. It's not just about giving and getting, it's also about giving. And so when you can combine those two things together, I think it really sticks with young children. H&M, the clothing store, is giving away clothes to people in need this giving season. Bank of America is getting involved with a lot of organizations near the branches where they are. I really like the idea of small companies. There's a restaurant in Philadelphia that's giving 20% of its profits tomorrow to an organization called HIAS. There's a law firm that I know that's picked a public interest law center that helps poor people that can't afford lawyers, and they're helping them on Giving Tuesday. So I know a building company in Philadelphia, Jenkintown Building Services, that's helping guide their customers to charities that they think are important. So there's all different ways it can manifest itself, and it's just as creative as you can be. So if you are a company and you want to think about something, you might want to poll your employees tomorrow and have them vote on a favorite charities and give $100 away or $1,000 away to your employees' favorite charities. So don't think I can't do it, think what I can do. And if you Google givingtuesday.org, you'll actually see a huge number of ideas from very large companies to really small companies. One of the great parts about Giving Tuesday is there's ways you can talk about your giving on social media. This year, for the first time, the Gates Foundation are promoting #MyGivingStory. What's that about? It's about telling a story about who you are giving to, when you're giving, why you're giving during this giving season, and especially on Giving Tuesday. So if you want to highlight a giving story that you like, that's close to your heart, go to #MyGivingStory and tell your giving story, and then encourage other people to tell theirs as well. There's two other hashtags you might want to consider using. One is the unselfie. If you're a millennial in particular, what millennials have been doing is putting on a board something they want to give back to or contribute to, whether it's time, whether it's emotional time, something they really believe in, and they're covering their face actually with that unselfie, and they're putting #unselfie and saying what they're going to be doing on Giving Tuesday or the next day or the day after that. A third place you can do social media is called #GiveTime. And what's Give Time about? It's about how you can contribute your own time, whether it's volunteering or whether you want to do something virtual. You can go on Instagram, you can go on Facebook, you can go on Twitter, and you can do #GiveTime and tell a story about how you're giving time this holiday season. So you have My Giving Story, you have Give Time, and you have an unselfie. So no matter what age you are, you can celebrate on social media a way to give back. Giving Tuesday is now considered the beginning of giving season. And as the beginning of giving season, Giving Tuesday allows you to start giving now. But as Americans, you know that you can't get your deduction unless you give by December 31st. So now you have a whole month to decide what you want to give. You can give cash, you can give in-kind services, you can give appreciated stock and avoid capital gains tax. There's lots of different ways to give. So plan now, because if you don't get your gift in by December 31st, it means you don't get your tax deduction. So we Americans seem to love deadlines, and so I really encourage you, start today thinking about it, but act before December 31st.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on the explanation of Giving Thursday. I want to give you guys a quick look at our weather graphic right now. Unfortunately, we will not be graced by the presence of Dave Muncy, our wonderful weatherman, so I figured I would just show you the graphics really quickly. Plus, a look at our tower cam outside. There we go. And that is a wrap on my portion of Fox 10 News Now. Gonna wrap things up, but you guys can stay right here. Kinsey Schofield will be joining you in about 15 minutes. Stay tuned, guys. 3 o'clock, Kinsey will be joining you with a brand new News Now show. Thanks for watching.